Hi everyone, I know you are watching this content to accompany your sleep, so before we start I want to know where you are watching from and what time you are watching. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's jump straight into the story. Case 1. Amnat Charoen, a quiet province in northeastern Thailand, is not a place that often makes international headlines. Known for its serene villages, ancient temples, and close-knit communities, life here moves at a slow, predictable pace. But in 2011, that tranquility was shattered by a case that would reveal the dark underbelly of a town where people thought they knew one another. The man at the center of this story was Somchai Niren, a 39-year-old local businessman. He was well known in Amnat Charoen as a trader of agricultural products, buying and selling rice and cassava from nearby farms. To most people, Somchai appeared to be a friendly, hard-working man, one who always greeted others at the marketplace and never missed a village festival. He was a devoted husband to his wife, Duangjai, and a father to 2 young sons. But beneath his seemingly ordinary life, Somchai hid a secret that only a few knew about. His agricultural trade was merely a front for a much larger, illicit operation. For years, he had been involved in smuggling activities, using his business as a cover to transport contraband between Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia. However, this was not what ultimately led to his downfall. His name would make headlines in 2011 for a different reason. A crime that began with a simple dispute and escalated into something far more sinister. The event that set everything in motion occurred in early April when a man named Prazit Wongsuan vanished without a trace. Prazit was a 44-year-old farmer, known for his hard-working nature. He owned a small plot of land on the outskirts of town, where he cultivated rice and raised chickens. On the morning of his disappearance, he had left home as usual to tend to his farm. But by nightfall, he had not returned, and his family began to worry. The next day, they reported his disappearance to the local police. At first, authorities suspected Prazit might have simply gotten lost or suffered an accident. But as the search continued, they stumbled upon a chilling clue: his motorcycle, abandoned near the banks of the Mekong River. The bike was covered in dirt, as if it had been dragged, and footprints led away from it toward the water's edge. Something was wrong. 2 days later, a fisherman casting his nets in the river made a grim discovery. Something large was floating near the shore, caught in the tangled roots of a tree. When authorities arrived, they pulled a badly decomposed body from the water. It bore clear signs of violence. The victim was soon identified as Prazit Wongsuan. The question now was, who had reason to kill Prazit? Amnat Charoen was not a place known for violent crime. But as the investigation unfolded, detectives learned that Prazit had recently been involved in a heated land dispute. The person on the other side of that dispute, Somchai Niren. In the weeks leading up to his murder, Prazit had been arguing with Somchai over a small but valuable piece of land near the town's edge. Prazit insisted that the land rightfully belonged to him, while Somchai claimed to have purchased it years ago. Their dispute was not just legal, it was personal. Villagers had seen them exchange heated words in the marketplace, in the fields, even along the roadside. But no one imagined it would end in bloodshed. With suspicion mounting, police began to build their case against Somchai. They reviewed security camera footage from a few shops near the crime scene. One recording showed something curious. A white pickup truck, identical to the one Somchai owned, driving along the main road toward the river on the night of Prazit's disappearance. But video footage alone was not enough to convict him. Investigators needed something stronger. A forensic examination of Prazit's body revealed more disturbing details. Not only had he been struck multiple times before being thrown into the river, but there were also marks suggesting he had been tied up. These findings pointed to a premeditated attack. The big question now was, did Somchai act alone, or did he have help? The breakthrough in the case came from an unexpected source: a young laborer named Thanakrit, who worked on one of Somchai's farms. During questioning, Thanakrit hesitated at first, afraid of the consequences. But eventually, he revealed something crucial. On the night of Prazit's disappearance, he had seen Somchai leave his house wearing dark clothing, loading something into the back of his truck. He hadn't dared to ask what it was. Armed with this testimony, along with the forensic evidence and security footage, police moved in to arrest Somchai Niren at his home. As he was led away, he remained eerily calm, as if he had already accepted his fate. But when the trial began, new revelations emerged. Somchai was not the only one involved. Court proceedings revealed that multiple people had knowledge of the crime, and some may have even played a role in covering it up. But one question remained unanswered: what really happened on that fateful night? And why did Somchai take such extreme measures over a simple land dispute? In the end, the case of Somchai Nairan became one of the most infamous crimes in Amnat Cherowin's history. It was a chilling reminder that even in the most peaceful of places, darkness can lurk beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The trial of Somchai Nairan became the most talked about event in Amnat Cherowin in years. The quiet town, which rarely saw crimes beyond petty theft or minor disputes, was suddenly thrust into a legal drama filled with betrayal, violence, and the unraveling of a man who had once been regarded as a respectable businessman. As Somchai sat in the courtroom, he remained composed, his dark eyes fixed forward, betraying little emotion. The prosecution wasted no time in laying out their case, painting a picture of a man who had spent years hiding behind a mask of civility while engaging in criminal activities behind closed doors. But Somchai wasn't just a man with a hidden criminal empire. He was a man who had carefully curated his reputation. In public, he was a devoted family man, a loyal friend, a community leader. But in the shadows, he had accumulated enemies. Some feared him, others despised him, and a few knew the truth about the lengths he was willing to go to protect his interests. The prosecution's argument was simple. Prazit Wongsawin had become an obstacle to Somchai's business dealings. The land dispute was more than just a personal quarrel. It was a threat to Somchai's larger operations. The land in question bordered an old and used road that led toward the Mekong River, a perfect route for smuggling goods unnoticed. If Prazit were to win the legal battle, Somchai's access to that route would be compromised. And so the prosecution argued he had decided to remove the obstacle in the most permanent way possible. However, the defense was prepared. Somchai's lawyer, a sharp and calculating man named Chache Dumnarak, argued that there was no concrete evidence linking his client directly to the murder. Yes, there was video footage of a truck similar to Somchai's. Yes, there were witnesses who placed him near the scene of the crime that night. But none of that proved that he was the one who committed the act. Then came the twist that no one saw coming. During the trial, a new witness stepped forward, one who had not been part of the original investigation. A woman named Neri, a former employee at one of Somchai's warehouses, claimed to have overheard a conversation weeks before the murder. She recounted how she had been working late one night when she heard Somchai speaking to an unknown man on the phone. She didn't catch everything, but she distinctly remembered one sentence: "Handle it before it becomes a problem." The prosecution seized on this testimony. Who was Somchai talking to? Could this be proof that the murder had been planned in advance? The defense tried to dismiss Neri's words as nothing more than speculation, arguing that there was no way to prove who Somchai had been speaking to or what he had been referring to. But then, the police revealed another damning piece of evidence: phone records. On the night of Prazit's disappearance, Somchai's phone had pinged near the river, the very place where Prazit's body was later found. Even more suspiciously, another phone, registered to a man named Wirichai Suksawat, one of Somchai's closest business associates, had also been traced to the same location that night. Wirichai was soon arrested and brought in for questioning. Unlike Somchai, he was not as composed under pressure. Faced with the possibility of life in prison, he made a confession. According to Wirichai, Somchai had orchestrated everything. He had lured Prazit to a remote area under the pretense of discussing a settlement for their land dispute. But when Prazit arrived, Somchai and another man, believed to be a hired enforcer, were waiting. What followed was a violent struggle. Prazit tried to fight back, but he was outnumbered. They beat him, tied him up, and loaded him into the back of the truck. What happened next was cold and calculated. Instead of simply leaving Prazit's body somewhere it could be easily found, they took him to the river. The plan was to make it look like an accident, perhaps a drowning or an animal attack. But something went wrong. When they threw Prazit into the water, he was still alive. Witnesses later recalled hearing strange splashes and muffled cries from the river that night, but no one had thought much of it at the time. The courtroom fell silent as Wirichai recounted these horrifying details. Even Somchai, for the first time since his arrest, showed visible signs of unease. With this confession, the case against Somchai became impossible to deny. His facade of innocence crumbled. The community that once respected him now looked at him with a mix of fear and disgust. After weeks of trial, the judge finally delivered the verdict: guilty. Somchai Nairan was sentenced to life in prison, while Wirichai received a lesser sentence in exchange for his testimony. The third man involved, the unknown enforcer, was never found. Some believed he had fled across the border into Laos, while others speculated that he had been silenced to prevent him from ever revealing more about the operation. In the aftermath, the town of Amnat Cherowin struggled to come to terms with what had happened. How had a man like Somchai lived among them for so long without anyone suspecting the darkness he carried? How many others had fallen victim to his hidden crimes, their stories left untold? Prazit's family mourned their loss, finding solace in the fact that justice had been served, but knowing that no verdict could bring back the man they had loved. As for Somchai, he faded into the depths of the prison system, his once influential name reduced to nothing more than a cautionary tale. And yet, in the quiet corners of Amnat Cherowin, some still whispered about the case, about the man who had built an empire of lies, about the crime that had shattered their illusions of safety, and about the lingering mystery of the third man, the one who got away. The prison gates of Bang Kwang Maximum Security Prison, commonly referred to as the Bangkok Hilton, slammed shut behind Somchai Nairan. Though Amnat Cherowin was far from the capital, the gravity of his crimes had earned him a place in one of Thailand's most notorious penitentiaries. He had been a king in his world, a man of influence, money, and power. Now he was just another prisoner, stripped of the luxuries he had once taken for granted. For the first few weeks, Somchai refused to acknowledge the reality of his situation. He carried himself with the same arrogance that had once intimidated those in his business dealings. But prison was a world governed by different rules. He soon learned that his wealth meant little behind these walls. Guards sneered at him, and fellow inmates, many of whom had heard of his case, watched him with unreadable expressions. Some saw him as an opportunity, others as a threat, but all understood one thing. Inside Bang Kwang, everyone was equal in their suffering. However, Somchai was not a man to accept defeat easily. Within months, he had managed to find ways to survive. He leveraged the remnants of his wealth and influence to secure small favors, extra food rations, a slightly better sleeping arrangement, a connection to the right people inside. He was no ordinary prisoner. He was a man who had spent his entire life manipulating systems to his advantage. Prison would be no different. But one thing haunted him, day and night, the identity of the third man. Somchai had always prided himself on knowing everything about his operations. He didn't tolerate loose ends. And yet, in this case, there was a variable he hadn't accounted for. Who was the enforcer that had helped him dispose of Prazit Wongsuwan? And more importantly, why had he vanished so completely? Despite his best efforts, there were no answers. Wirichai had remained silent on the subject, likely fearing further punishment if he revealed more details. Somchai, no longer in control of his own fate, could do nothing but wait, a prisoner not just of the walls around him, but of his own paranoia. Back in Amnat Cherowin, life returned to normal, at least on the surface. The land dispute that had sparked the entire chain of events was finally settled. With Somchai's empire crumbling, the property in question was seized by the government. But for those who had lived through the ordeal, normalcy was an illusion. The shadow of Somchai's crimes lingered over the town like a ghost, whispered about in late-night conversations, referenced in half-finished sentences at the marketplace. And then one day another body was found. It was discovered on the banks of the Mekong River, not far from where Prazit had been killed. A fisherman, searching for a quiet place to set his nets, stumbled upon the remains of a man whose face had been rendered unrecognizable by time and the elements. His hands were bound, just as Prazit's had been. His ribs shattered. His skull cracked open. The body had been dumped in the water months ago, but the river had refused to keep its secret forever. The news spread through Amnat Cherowin like wildfire. The whispers grew louder. Theories formed. Could this be the missing third man? Had someone tied up the last loose end in Somchai's operation? The police reopened their investigation, though they remained tight-lipped about their findings. No official statement was given about the identity of the victim, but those who had followed the case closely had their suspicions. The murder bore the same hallmarks as Prazit's killing: efficient, brutal, meant to erase someone from existence. But if it was the third man who had killed him, some believed it was Somchai himself. Even from behind bars, he might have found a way to silence the last witness to his crime. Others whispered a darker possibility, that there was someone else pulling the strings all along, someone even Somchai had not known about. As months passed, the mystery deepened. Inside Bang Kwang, Somchai received an anonymous letter. It had been smuggled to him through the prison's underground network, passed from hand to hand until it reached him in his cell. The message was short, written in neat, deliberate handwriting. Loose ends are dangerous. Sleep well, Somchai. For the first time in his life, Somchai Naren felt true fear. Case 2. The wind howled through the narrow alleys of Melbourne's western suburbs, rattling the metal shutters of closed shops and sending discarded newspapers tumbling across the pavement. It was the kind of night that made people walk faster, keep their heads down, and avoid unnecessary detours. But for Darren Cole, the city's silence was a comfort. It was in the dark that he thrived. Darren was a man who had spent his life operating in the shadows. Born in 1978, he had been raised in a working-class family in Footscray, a neighborhood known for its rough edges and restless energy. He had learned early that survival required more than just hard work. It demanded cunning, resilience, and a willingness to cross lines that others wouldn't dare approach. By the time he was in his late teens, he had already established himself as a name to be feared in Melbourne's underworld. His specialty was theft, but not the kind that involved breaking into convenience stores or mugging unsuspecting pedestrians. Darren was a planner, a strategist. He studied his targets meticulously, learning their habits, their weaknesses, the cracks in their security. His operations were precise, calculated, and always executed with the kind of efficiency that made law enforcement frustrated and helpless. But Darren's ambition was greater than simple heists. By the mid-2000s, he had expanded into a more lucrative enterprise, art and antiquities theft. Australia was a country with a deep colonial history, and its museums, private collectors, and galleries were filled with treasures that could fetch millions on the black market. Darren had spent years building a network of contacts, inside men at auction houses, forgers who could create flawless replicas, and international buyers who paid in untraceable assets. The job that would define his career, the job that would ultimately lead to his downfall, was set into motion on a humid evening in March 2011. The target, the National Gallery of Victoria. The prize, a collection of priceless indigenous artifacts, including a ceremonial shield believed to date back nearly 200 years. The plan was flawless, or so Darren thought. He had arranged everything down to the last detail. The security system had vulnerabilities he had already exploited in previous dry runs. His getaway route was mapped with precision. The buyers were already in place, ready to move the stolen goods offshore before the authorities could even begin to connect the dots. But the night of the heist did not unfold as planned. At precisely 2:47 a.m., Darren and his team, a trio of seasoned professionals he had worked with for years, breached the museum's perimeter. The security feed had been looped, giving them a brief but crucial window to operate undetected. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy with the scent of old wood and climate-controlled air. The artifacts were housed in a reinforced glass display case, but Darren had come prepared. Within minutes, the case was cracked open, the precious items carefully wrapped and secured in custom-made cases designed to prevent damage. Then, something went wrong. The silent alarm had not been disabled as expected. Somewhere in the depths of the building, a small red light began flashing. Within moments, the entire museum was flooded with blaring sirens. Darren's heart pounded as he realized what had happened. Someone had tipped off security. It was a betrayal. As the first squad cars approached, Darren and his team split up. He had always planned for contingencies, but he hadn't accounted for the possibility that one of his own would turn against him. By the time the sun rose over Melbourne, the news had already broken. The attempted heist at the National Gallery of Victoria was being reported as one of the most brazen crimes in recent memory. One suspect was dead, shot by police during the escape. Another had been arrested just hours later, found hiding in a drainage tunnel near the Yarra River. The third had vanished completely. And Darren Cole had disappeared into the city, a ghost in the very streets he had once ruled. But the hunt had only just begun. The morning light seeped through the skyline of Melbourne, washing the city in hues of pale orange and deep blue. The air still carried the remnants of last night's rain, the streets slick with moisture that reflected the flashing red and blue lights of law enforcement vehicles stationed around the National Gallery of Victoria. Investigators moved with purpose, sealing off entrances, collecting evidence, and scanning through hours of security footage. The heist had been ambitious, too ambitious. Darren Cole knew he couldn't stay in the city. He had spent years perfecting his ability to blend in, to slip between the cracks of society like a ghost. But now, with one of his men dead, another in police custody, and a betrayal within his own circle, he had no choice but to disappear. He had planned for everything, except this. The first few hours were crucial. As news of the heist broke across television and radio stations, Darren found himself moving through the back alleys of Footscray, shedding his gear piece by piece. The stolen artifacts were no longer in his possession. He had hidden them in a prearranged drop site, a small storage unit registered under a fake name in a warehouse district near the docks. If he could reach it, he could still salvage the job. But the city was closing in on him. He had always understood the rules of his world. When the heat is on, you trust no one. He thought about the men he had worked with for years. The one who had been killed, Michael Dean, had been as loyal as they came. Darren felt a dull pang of guilt at the thought of him bleeding out on the cold marble floors of the gallery, but he forced it aside. Guilt was a luxury he could not afford. It was the third man, Adrian Scott, who troubled him. Adrian had vanished without a trace, and that meant one of two things. He had either been caught and was cooperating with the authorities, or he had set Darren up from the beginning. Darren knew his time was running out. By mid-morning, his face was already circulating on news broadcasts. They had pieced together enough information from security footage and his known criminal history to identify him as the mastermind. A manhunt was underway, with authorities tracking down his known associates and raiding suspected hideouts. But Darren had always been a step ahead. He knew that every major road, train station, and airport would be under heavy surveillance. He had to think differently. His solution came in the form of an old friend, a former associate who owed him a favor from a job years back. This man, Daniel Price, had connections in the shipping industry. If anyone could smuggle him out of Melbourne unnoticed, it was Daniel. The rendezvous was set for midnight at an abandoned dockyard in Williamstown. Darren spent the rest of the day in hiding, moving between safe houses, using every trick he had learned over the years to avoid detection. He changed clothes, shaved his beard, even donned a pair of glasses to alter his appearance. The city was suffocating him, and the weight of betrayal pressed down on him like an iron cage. When night fell, he made his move. The docks were quiet, the scent of salt water heavy in the air. A single cargo ship was stationed at the pier, its massive hull looming over the water like a sleeping beast. Darren spotted Daniel near the loading area, speaking in hushed tones with a dock worker. Relief flooded through him, but as he stepped forward, something felt wrong. A second later, floodlights erupted, blinding him. A chorus of shouts rang out from all directions, the unmistakable command of law enforcement. Darren's mind raced. He had been set up again. Daniel had sold him out. The betrayal stung, but there was no time to dwell on it. Darren turned and ran, his feet pounding against the concrete as gunshots echoed behind him. His only chance was the water. If he could make it to one of the smaller boats docked nearby, he could still escape. The police were closing in. His lungs burned, his muscles screamed in protest, but he kept pushing forward. He reached the edge of the dock and prepared to dive. And then the world exploded into pain. A gunshot rang out, and Darren felt his body lurch forward as a searing heat tore through his shoulder. He crashed into the cold, black water, sinking beneath the surface as the weight of exhaustion and injury threatened to drag him under. Above him, the flashing lights blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors. Voices shouted. Shadows moved. And then darkness. The world around Darren Cole was silent, an endless void where time lost its meaning. He was vaguely aware of the cold that wrapped around his body, of the distant echoes of voices above the water, of the way his limbs refused to move. His mind drifted between consciousness and oblivion, suspended in the murky depths of the bay. Then, a jolt of pain tore him from the darkness. Strong hands yanked him from the water, his body heaved onto a solid surface. He coughed violently, his lungs rejecting the seawater that had invaded them. His vision was blurred, his body weak, but he could make out the shapes of officers standing over him, their faces hidden behind tactical gear, their weapons trained on him. He had been caught. Darren's thoughts were slow, sluggish. Blood seeped from his wounded shoulder, the bullet having torn through muscle but missed anything vital. It didn't matter. He knew this was the end of the line. For years, he had played this game, staying ahead of the law, outsmarting the best detectives Melbourne had to offer. He had built a network, orchestrated heists with precision, and lived in the shadows where the rules of society did not apply. But in the end, all it had taken was one betrayal, one miscalculation, to bring it all crashing down. As paramedics tended to his wound, Darren stared at the night sky above him, the lights of the city flickering in the distance. A twisted part of him almost admired the irony. He had spent his life running, always escaping, always finding the loopholes. But now, at last, the city had swallowed him whole. The aftermath. The weeks that followed were a blur of courtrooms, legal battles, and media frenzy. Darren's capture was headline news, the art heist of the century, as the press dubbed it. Every detail of his criminal past was dissected, analyzed, and broadcast to the world. His trial was inevitable. The prosecution had enough evidence to bury him. Security footage, testimonies from his captured accomplice, and the artifacts recovered from the storage unit he had hidden them in. The betrayal that stung the most was Adrian Scott, who had turned witness in exchange for a reduced sentence. Darren had always known that trust was a fragile thing in his line of work. But knowing it and experiencing it were two different things. When the verdict was read, he felt no surprise. Guilty on all charges. A life sentence. He had always thought of prison as something that happened to other criminals, the ones who got sloppy, the ones who made mistakes. Now, as he was led from the courtroom, cameras flashing, reporters shouting his name, he realized that he had simply delayed the inevitable. But Darren Cole was not the kind of man who accepted fate. Inside the walls, prison was a different world, one where power was measured in favors, alliances, and unspoken rules. Darren adapted quickly. He learned who to avoid, who to befriend, and how to make himself indispensable. Even behind bars, his mind never stopped working. He watched, listened, and waited. There were always opportunities, cracks in the system that could be exploited, guards who could be bought, weaknesses that could be turned into advantages. Darren had spent his life slipping through the cracks, and prison would be no different. One way or another, he would find a way out. Because the game wasn't over yet. Case 3. The town of Ashwood, Kentucky, had always been a quiet place. One of those small southern towns where everybody knew everybody, and life moved at a slow, predictable pace. Rolling hills, dense forests, and winding country roads made up most of the landscape. The kind of place where crime was supposed to be limited to the occasional bar fight or petty theft. But in the summer of 1997, that illusion was shattered. At the center of it all was a man named Earl Mathis. Earl had lived in Ashwood his entire life. A tall, broad-shouldered man in his early 40s, he had the rugged look of someone who had spent most of his days working with his hands. He ran a small auto repair shop on the outskirts of town, the kind of place where people brought their cars not just for repairs but for conversation. He had a reputation for being dependable, someone who'd offer a free tune-up to an old friend or waive off payment for a struggling customer. But there was another side to Earl, a side that very few people saw. Earl Mathis had spent years tangled in a web of debt, bad decisions, and quiet desperation. His auto shop barely kept the lights on. The bills piled up faster than he could pay them, and the bank was closing in. The repo men had already taken his truck once. His marriage had crumbled under the weight of financial strain, leaving him bitter and angry. And then there was the gambling problem. What had started as friendly poker games at the local bar turned into something darker. Earl had debts scattered across the state, bookies who weren't known for their patience, loan sharks who didn't take excuses. He had been given warnings, subtle at first, then more direct. A slashed tire, a brick through his shop window, a phone call in the dead of night, the voice on the other end telling him that time was running out. He needed money. Fast. And that was when Earl made the worst decision of his life. On the night of July 17, 1997, Ashwood was shaken by an event that would be remembered for decades. The town's first national bank, a small, family-owned institution that had served the community for generations, was robbed. It wasn't a sophisticated heist. No elaborate planning, no high-tech gadgets. Just a man with a desperate plan and nothing left to lose. Earl had waited until closing time, watching from his truck as the last customers trickled out. He knew the bank manager, Tom Grady, was always the last to leave, staying behind to count the day's earnings before locking up. Earl had walked into that bank wearing a ski mask and carrying a shotgun, his heart pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. Tom never stood a chance. The bank's security was minimal. This was Ashwood, after all. No one expected crime here. No one expected Earl Mathis to storm in, yelling orders, demanding cash. The official report would later say that what happened next was unclear. Some claimed Tom Grady had tried to reach for the silent alarm. Others believed Earl had panicked. But when the smoke cleared, Tom lay motionless on the floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Earl had just killed a man, and nothing would ever be the same again. The world seemed to slow in the seconds after the gunshot rang out. The echo of it lingered in the small bank, bouncing off the walls like a phantom, refusing to fade. Earl Mathis stood frozen, his grip tightening on the shotgun as if somehow, holding onto it harder would undo what had just happened. Tom Grady lay sprawled on the floor, his chest rising and falling in uneven, desperate gasps. Blood pooled beneath him, dark and spreading, soaking into the old tile. His eyes were wide, his mouth moving as though he were trying to form words, but no sound came out. Earl hadn't meant for this to happen. The plan had been simple: get in, grab the cash, and get out before anyone could react. But now that didn't matter. The moment the trigger had been pulled, everything changed. The weight of his mistake crashed down on him like a landslide, and yet his body moved on instinct. He had no choice now. Earl bolted toward the counter, vaulting over it with a clumsy stumble. He fumbled with the register, his hands shaking so violently that he nearly dropped the gun. The cash drawer popped open, and he grabbed fistfuls of bills, shoving them into the duffel bag slung over his shoulder. It wasn't enough. He needed more, all of it. His eyes darted to the back office, where the bank's main safe was located. He had worked on the bank manager's car before. He had heard Tom Grady talk about how the safe was always locked at closing time. But there was no time delay mechanism, no complex security system. Just a simple combination lock. Earl rushed to the office, stepping over Tom's motionless body, his boots leaving prints in the growing puddle of blood. He didn't let himself look down. He couldn't afford to think about what he had done. The safe loomed before him, its steel door a final barrier between him and salvation. He had no way of knowing the combination, no time to crack it. His mind raced. He thought of every movie he had ever seen, every trick he had heard about forcing open a safe. He tried brute force, slamming the butt of the shotgun against the lock, but it barely left a scratch. A sound outside made his breath catch. Tires on gravel. Someone was pulling into the parking lot. Panic surged through him. He had wasted too much time. He had been so consumed with getting the money that he hadn't realized how much noise he had made. If someone walked in now, if they saw the body on the floor, if they saw him, Earl's legs moved before his brain could catch up. He bolted back through the bank, nearly slipping on the blood as he ran for the door. He yanked the mask from his face, stuffing it into his pocket. If anyone saw him, they wouldn't see a masked man fleeing a crime scene. They would see Earl Mathis, the mechanic, just another local minding his business. He shoved through the glass doors just as a car rolled to a stop a few yards away. It was Sheriff Bill Lanham. The sheriff had been with the department for over 2 decades. He had seen his fair share of trouble, bar fights, domestic disputes, stolen livestock, but nothing like this. He had driven by the bank on his way home and noticed the front door slightly ajar, something that was unusual for a place that should have been locked up for the night. Now he watched as Earl Mathis walked out, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, his face pale as a ghost. Something wasn't right. Earl knew he had to act normal. He forced himself to slow his breathing, to steady his steps. He nodded at the sheriff, lifting a hand in a casual wave. "Evenin', Bill," he said, his voice as steady as he could make it. Sheriff Lanham narrowed his eyes. "Everything all right, Earl?" Earl forced a grin. "Yeah, just finished up working on Tom's car earlier. Came by to let him know, but looks like he already left." The sheriff's gaze flicked to the duffel bag, then to Earl's hands, his shaking hands. The silence stretched between them. A siren wailed in the distance. Earl's stomach twisted into knots. He needed to leave. Now. "Well, I'd better be getting home," Earl said, taking a step toward his truck. Sheriff Lanham didn't move. "You sure about that, Earl?" His voice was calm, but there was something in his tone that made Earl's skin prickle. Earl nodded, gripping the bag tighter. "Yep. Long day." The sirens were getting closer. The sheriff's hand drifted toward his holster. Earl ran. By the time the sheriff stepped into the bank and saw Tom Grady's body, Earl was already speeding down the back roads, his truck kicking up clouds of dust. He didn't know where he was going. All he knew was that he had to get as far away from Ashwood as possible. The money in the bag felt like nothing now. It wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't fix anything. He had made a mistake that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The news spread fast. Within the hour, roadblocks were set up along the major highways. Every cop in the county was looking for him. State troopers joined the search, helicopters scoured the forests, and the FBI was called in to assist. Earl had vanished into the vast, dark wilderness of Kentucky. But he couldn't run forever. The night swallowed Earl Mathis whole. His truck rattled along the uneven back roads, the tires spitting gravel as he pushed the accelerator harder. His hands were slick on the steering wheel, sweat dripping down his temples, his breath coming in short, uneven bursts. The sirens had faded behind him, But that didn't mean they weren't still out there, searching, closing in. Earl had grown up in these hills, knew the winding roads better than anyone. If he could just make it far enough into the backcountry, into the dense forests that stretched for miles without end, he might have a chance. He needed to disappear, at least for a while. He clenched his jaw. Tom Grady's face wouldn't leave his mind. The way the blood had pooled, the way the air had rattled from his lungs, like the last sputtering breath of a dying engine. Earl gritted his teeth, shoving the memory down. He hadn't meant for it to happen. It wasn't supposed to go that way. But none of that mattered now. The truck's headlights slashed through the darkness, revealing the narrow, twisting road ahead. The woods on either side pressed in tight, thick with shadows and the watchful eyes of unseen creatures. The deeper he drove, the fewer signs of civilization remained. No houses, no streetlights, no power lines stretching across the sky. Just the wild, open country. And then, blue and red lights flickered in his rearview mirror. His heart seized. They had found him. Earl didn't think, he acted. His foot slammed against the gas pedal, the truck roaring as it lurched forward, tires skidding on the loose dirt. The patrol car behind him accelerated, siren blaring to life, a piercing wail that shattered the silence of the night. He veered off the main road, tires bouncing as he tore down a narrow path barely wide enough for his truck. The trees loomed close, their branches clawing at the sides of his vehicle, scratching against the metal like desperate hands trying to drag him back. But he kept going. The road grew rougher, the terrain uneven. Rocks and debris battered the underside of the truck, and with each violent jolt, Earl felt the vehicle fighting against him. The sheriff's car was still behind him, the lights flashing like an omen of doom. But the deeper he drove, the harder it was for them to keep up. Then a mistake. A sharp turn. Loose gravel. The truck fishtailed wildly. Earl yanked the wheel, but it was too late. The back tires slid out, the vehicle spinning out of control. The world turned sideways. Metal screamed as the truck careened off the road, crashing through a thicket of trees before coming to a violent, jarring stop in a ditch. Everything went still. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the engine hissing, steam rising into the cold night air. Earl groaned, pain searing through his ribs as he forced himself upright. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead, but he ignored it. He had to move. He grabbed the duffel bag and shoved the door open, stumbling into the underbrush. His legs felt weak beneath him, but he pushed forward, slipping into the thick woods before the sheriff's car rolled to a stop behind the wreck. Flashlights cut through the trees. Voices. They were coming. Earl ran. For 2 days, Earl evaded capture. The woods became his shelter, his prison, his nightmare. He had no food, no water, just the duffel bag full of money, and the shotgun slung across his back. The nights were cold, the wind cutting through his clothes like icy fingers, and the hunger gnawed at his insides. But he kept moving. Search teams combed the forests, helicopters circled overhead, and police dogs followed his scent through the damp earth. He was running out of time, running out of options. He thought about heading south, maybe trying to cross state lines, but every road was blocked. Every exit was watched. His body ached. His mind frayed. Then a cabin. Tucked deep in the woods, nearly forgotten by time, it was a small, weathered structure, its roof sagging, its windows clouded with dust. Earl knew places like this existed, hunting cabins, abandoned shacks that had been left to rot in the wilderness. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. Earl forced his way inside, collapsing onto the floor, exhaustion pulling at him like an anchor. He needed rest. He needed to think. But the world wouldn't give him that luxury, because someone had already seen the smoke from the fireplace. And by morning, the law was coming for him. The final stand happened as the sun rose over the Kentucky hills. They came in numbers, state troopers, U.S. Marshals, local police, their vehicles lining the dirt path that led to the old cabin. Their voices carried through the trees, calling for Earl to surrender. But Earl Mathis wasn't the type to give up. He had spent his whole life fighting, scraping by, clawing his way through every bad hand he had ever been dealt. And if this was the end, he would go out on his own terms. The shotgun felt heavy in his hands. He knew there was no way out. The cabin was surrounded. The air was thick with tension, the kind that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then one last shot, a final, desperate echo through the hills. And when the officers breached the cabin, they found Earl Mathis slumped against the wall, the duffel bag still clutched in his hands. The money that had cost him everything, the dream that had turned to dust. The town of Ashwood never forgot his name. Some called him a fool. Others called him a desperate man caught in a life that had never given him a chance. But in the end, it didn't matter, because the story of Earl Mathis became just another legend, another ghost that haunted the hills of Kentucky. A man who ran, a man who fought, a man who fell, and the world moved on. Case 4. In the vast desert of Nevada, where the highways stretch endlessly under the scorching sun and the dust settles into every crevice of the abandoned buildings scattered across the landscape, lived a man named Danny Whitmore. To outsiders, Danny was just another drifter, a man in his late 30s who had spent most of his life moving from town to town, never settling in one place for too long. His past was as scattered as the footprints in the desert sand, erased by the wind and time. But for those who had the misfortune of truly knowing him, Danny was more than just a wanderer. He was a man with a dark past, one that left a trail of unanswered questions and unsolved mysteries across multiple states. Born in 1976 in a small town near Reno, Danny had a childhood marked by instability. His father, a truck driver, was often away for long stretches, while his mother worked odd jobs to make ends meet. His early years were filled with nights spent alone, staring at the ceiling as he listened to the sounds of distant traffic, wondering what life was like beyond the desolate streets of his childhood. As he grew older, Danny developed a deep resentment towards authority, feeling as though the world had never given him a fair chance. By his late teens, he had already racked up a series of petty crimes, breaking into abandoned buildings, stealing from convenience stores, and engaging in small-time scams. But what set him apart was his ability to disappear before anyone could catch him. He had a way of slipping through the cracks, moving from one town to another, never staying in one place long enough to be tied down by consequences. As the years passed, Danny's crimes escalated. He became involved in identity fraud, forging documents that allowed him to take on different names, making it nearly impossible for authorities to track him. He drifted through Nevada, Arizona, and California, leaving behind a series of unanswered crimes that seemed to fade into the background of the American Southwest's transient population. But in 2008, something changed. Danny wasn't content with small-time scams anymore. He wanted something bigger, something that would finally give him the freedom he had always craved. And that was when he set his sights on Eureka County, Nevada, a remote area with miles of nothingness, where secrets could be buried beneath the sand, never to be found again. That summer, Danny arrived in the small town of Crescent Valley, a quiet, almost forgotten place in the middle of the desert. He introduced himself as Greg Larson, a businessman looking for investment opportunities in the area. He spoke with local ranchers, asking about land prices and abandoned properties. But behind his friendly facade, Danny was planning something far more sinister. Over the next few months, Danny's presence in the town became more familiar. He spent his nights in rundown motels, blending in with the truckers and transient workers who passed through. He studied the patterns of the locals, their routines, their weaknesses. And then one night in late October 2008, he struck. It started with a disappearance. A woman named Sarah Holloway, a waitress at a small roadside diner, failed to show up for her shift. At first, no one thought much of it. People left town all the time, especially in places like Crescent Valley. But when days passed with no sign of her, people began to talk. The last time anyone saw Sarah, she had been seen speaking with a man matching Danny's description near the edge of town. It wasn't until a week later that her car was found, abandoned near an old mining site miles away from civilization. The doors were locked, the keys still in the ignition, but Sarah was nowhere to be found. And Danny was already gone. The days following Sarah Holloway's disappearance in October 2008 sent ripples of unease through Crescent Valley. In a town where everyone knew each other, a missing person was not something that went unnoticed. At first, some whispered theories about Sarah leaving town willingly, perhaps chasing a new opportunity or running from a past no one knew about. But those who truly knew her co-workers at the diner, her landlord, even the customers who saw her daily, knew something wasn't right. Sarah had always been reliable. She never missed a shift without notice. Her apartment, when checked, remained untouched. Her purse was inside, her clothes still hanging in the closet. The only thing missing was her. The discovery of her abandoned car deep in the Nevada desert turned whispers into full-fledged concern. The old mining site where it was found had been shut down for decades, a relic of a time when the town had once thrived. Now it was just a graveyard of rusted equipment and collapsing tunnels, a place where no one had any reason to go. The fact that her car had been left there, with the keys still in the ignition, sent a chill through those who saw it. The Eureka County Sheriff's Department launched a search, though resources were limited. Officers combed through the barren landscape, calling her name, hoping for any sign of her. But the desert was vast, and Sarah was nowhere to be found. That was when rumors about the stranger, the man calling himself Greg Larson, began to spread. Locals remembered seeing him at the diner, striking up conversations with Sarah in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. Some said he had asked questions about her, where she lived, when she worked, whether she had family nearby. Others recalled seeing him watching her from the parking lot, his presence lingering just a little too long. But Greg Larson was nowhere to be found either, because Greg Larson didn't exist. Danny Whitmore had disappeared just as suddenly as he had arrived. Investigators quickly uncovered that the identity he had been using, businessman Greg Larson, was completely fabricated. The documents he had shown to landlords and banks were expertly forged. His car, the one he had driven into town, was registered under another stolen identity. Every lead the police followed led to a dead end. Then, a second person vanished. A week after Sarah went missing, a local ranch hand named James Rourke failed to show up for work. Unlike Sarah, James was a known drifter. He had arrived in town just months prior, taking odd jobs to make ends meet. He had no family in the area, no close friends who would immediately raise the alarm. But when his boss went to check on him at the small trailer where he had been staying, the place was deserted. His wallet was on the counter. His truck was still parked outside, but James was gone. That was when the town's concern turned into fear. A single missing person was an unfortunate tragedy. But two, within a week, in a town that rarely saw crime beyond minor bar fights and unpaid debts, something was very wrong in Crescent Valley. The authorities ramped up their efforts. They searched abandoned structures, questioned anyone who had spoken to the missing individuals in the days before they vanished. And finally, a break came in the case, though not in the way anyone had hoped. A hunter, deep in the desert, stumbled upon something horrific. Near a dried-up creek bed, far from any main roads, he noticed a shallow grave. At first, he thought it might be the final resting place of an animal, disturbed by the shifting sands. But as he stepped closer, the truth became painfully clear. The remains belonged to Sarah Holloway. She had been buried hastily, covered with loose dirt and stones, as though the person who had done this had left in a hurry. Her cause of death was immediately apparent. A single gunshot wound to the head. Authorities swarmed the area, searching for any evidence that might lead them to the person responsible. Footprints had already been eroded by the desert winds. Any tire tracks had long since faded. But something had been left behind, a discarded cigarette butt, still intact near the grave. DNA analysis later confirmed what the investigators already suspected. It belonged to Danny Whitmore, but Danny was still nowhere to be found. Then, the case took an even darker turn. A mile away from Sarah's grave, another burial site was discovered. This one older, the body further decomposed. Dental records confirmed what the town already feared. It was James Rourke. His death was different. Unlike Sarah, who had been shot, James had been strangled. His body showed signs of a violent struggle, indicating that he had fought back before he died. Investigators theorized that James had likely encountered Danny after Sarah's murder. Perhaps he had seen something he wasn't supposed to, or maybe Danny had lured him into the same deadly fate. But why? What was the connection between Sarah and James? Had they simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time? Or had Danny, in his twisted mind, chosen them for a reason? The search for him intensified. His last known vehicle was traced to a remote part of Arizona, abandoned outside a gas station. The cashier recalled a man matching his description paying in cash before walking off into the night. From there, he vanished. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. Crescent Valley, once a town where nothing ever happened, had become haunted by the memory of those lost. Fear lingered in the air long after the authorities left. Some residents moved away, unwilling to stay in a place where a killer had walked among them. But one thing was certain. Danny Whitmore was still out there. Time passed, but the shadow of fear never lifted from Crescent Valley. The bodies of Sarah Holloway and James Rourke had been laid to rest, but their killer, Danny Whitmore, remained a ghost, slipping through the cracks of law enforcement like a man who had mastered the art of disappearing. The desert had swallowed him whole, leaving behind only whispers and speculation. For years, the case remained open but cold. The police followed every lead, every reported sighting, but none led to anything substantial. Some believed Danny had fled to Mexico, using stolen identities to carve out a new life. Others thought he had gone further into the wilderness, living off the land like a phantom. There were even those who believed he had never left Nevada at all, blending into the fabric of small-town America, hiding in plain sight. Then in 2015, 7 years after the murders, the case resurfaced in the most unexpected way. A motel manager in a remote part of Utah had grown suspicious of a guest who had been staying there for weeks. The man paid in cash, never spoke more than a few words, and left his room only late at night. The manager, uneasy but uncertain, decided to call the local sheriff's office. A deputy was sent to check things out, expecting nothing more than a drifter avoiding attention. What he found instead sent shockwaves through law enforcement. The man in room 107 wasn't just any drifter. He was Danny Whitmore. When officers arrived, Danny fled out the back, leading them on a chase through the dark, empty roads of Utah's wilderness. The years had changed him. His once clean-shaven face was now covered in an unkempt beard, his hair had grayed, and his once fit frame had grown thin. But his instinct to run, to survive, remained sharp. For 4 days, the manhunt stretched across miles of canyons, forests, and desert terrain. Helicopters scanned the area, tracking teams followed every lead, but Danny was a man who had spent years perfecting the art of hiding. It wasn't until a group of hikers stumbled upon a small, makeshift camp in the mountains that they unknowingly led authorities to his final hiding place. The campsite was crude, little more than a tarp strung between trees, a fire pit, and scattered cans of food. But there was something chilling about the way it was arranged. A stack of notebooks sat neatly in a plastic container, protected from the elements. When officers searched through them, they found pages upon pages of writing, a twisted, detailed account of the years Danny had spent in hiding. The entries were disturbing, revealing his thoughts, his movements, and his deep obsession with his crimes. He wrote about Sarah, how he had followed her for weeks before deciding that she was the one. He described how he had gained her trust, how he had taken her out into the desert under false pretenses, and how, in his own words, he had watched the light leave her eyes. But what was even more horrifying was what he wrote about James Rourke. Danny had never meant to kill him. James had been an accident, a loose end. He had witnessed something he shouldn't have. Maybe he had seen Danny returning from the desert that night, or maybe he had simply crossed paths with him at the wrong moment. Danny had lured him into his trap under the guise of needing help. James had fought. He had begged for his life. But Danny didn't care. The fight was the best part, he had written. The struggle, the power. That was when I knew it wasn't just about getting rid of them. It was about the thrill. He had gone on to describe other encounters. Other times when he had been close, so very close, to striking again. He had moved from town to town, always finding new prey, new potential victims. But something had always stopped him at the last moment. Maybe the fear of being caught, maybe the realization that he wasn't ready. But he had wanted to. He had been waiting for the right time. When the authorities finally caught up to him, Danny was exhausted, starving, and out of options. The chase had left him broken, his body weak from years of living off the grid. He didn't fight when the officers surrounded him. He simply sat there, staring at them with a hollow, vacant expression. And then, in the cold light of dawn, he smiled. A slow, eerie smile that sent a chill through even the most seasoned officers. Danny Whitmore was arrested without resistance. At trial, the evidence was overwhelming. His journals were the final, damning piece that left no room for doubt. The prosecution didn't have to argue motive. Danny had provided that himself, in his own words. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and given life without the possibility of parole. But even behind bars, there was something unsettling about him. Prison guards reported that he rarely spoke, rarely interacted with other inmates. But sometimes, late at night, they would catch him staring at the walls of his cell, as if lost in thought, as if reliving every moment. The story of Danny Whitmore became one of Nevada's most infamous cases. The man who had killed for pleasure. The predator who had vanished into the desert, only to return years later, still craving the hunt. And perhaps the most unsettling part, in his final journal entry, before his capture, Danny had written just 5 words. I was never really done. Case 5. Deep in the heart of Virginia, where rolling hills and dense forests stretch for miles, there existed a crime so sinister that it would haunt the local community for decades. The year was 1997, a time when small towns in Virginia still held on to the illusion of safety, and a time when the name Eddie Calloway would become synonymous with terror. Eddie was an unremarkable man by most standards, a truck driver in his mid-40s with a past so uneventful that no one could have predicted the darkness that lay dormant within him. He was neither particularly friendly nor noticeably unfriendly, a man who blended into the background, one who could pass by you in a grocery store without leaving a single lasting impression. But beneath that mundane exterior was a storm brewing, a hunger for control and cruelty that had gone unnoticed for years. Eddie had lived in Virginia all his life, born and raised in the town of Staunton, nestled in the Shenandoah Valley. His childhood had been marred by an overbearing father and a mother too afraid to intervene. He was the kind of child who never quite fit in, the type who preferred solitude over companionship. His only real connection to the world was through the long hours spent behind the wheel of his truck, traversing desolate highways, his mind lost in the static of late-night radio. But on the night of October 23, 1997, Eddie Calloway's quiet existence unraveled into something monstrous. Route 250 was a lonely road stretching through Augusta County, an expanse of asphalt that cut through forests, abandoned farms, and the occasional gas station. It was a road notorious for its isolation, especially at night, when only the faint glow of headlights pierced the consuming darkness. It was along this very stretch of highway that Marissa Langford, a 23-year-old college student, was last seen alive. Marissa had been driving home from a friend's house in Richmond, her car packed with textbooks and a bag of leftover pizza. A history major at the University of Virginia, she was known for her sharp mind and infectious laugh. Her parents had expected her home by midnight, but when the clock struck 2 and there was still no sign of her, worry began to set in. At 2:45 a.m., a trucker passing through Route 250 reported an abandoned vehicle on the side of the road. The driver's side door was slightly ajar, the engine was still running, and Marissa's purse was resting on the passenger seat. But Marissa herself was nowhere to be found. The search began almost immediately. Police combed through the area, using flashlights to pierce through the dense forest lining the road. They found tire tracks leading off the shoulder into a narrow dirt path rarely used. It was here, half a mile into the woods, that they discovered a chilling scene. Marissa's body lay beneath a fallen oak tree, her clothes disheveled, her belongings scattered as if she had fought for her life. There were no immediate signs of struggle on the road, no indication that she had been forcibly removed from her car. It was as if she had willingly stepped out, unaware of the fate that awaited her. The coroner's report would later reveal she had been strangled, her body left in the cold Virginia soil for hours before the police found her. There were no signs of sexual assault, no robbery, just a senseless act of violence that left investigators baffled. The case gripped the town in fear. Women no longer traveled alone at night, and Route 250 became a road avoided by those who could afford a detour. Flyers with Marissa's face were plastered on telephone poles, grocery store bulletin boards, and pinned to the doors of gas stations. Leads were scarce. Witnesses were non-existent. No one had seen Marissa's car pull over. No one had heard a struggle. The crime seemed almost impossible. How could someone vanish from a busy highway without a single soul noticing? Then, a week later, a chilling revelation emerged. A security camera from a rest stop 20 miles away had captured a blurry image of a truck, a dark-colored Mack truck with a dented front bumper, pulling out of the parking lot at 1:57 a.m. on the night of Marissa's disappearance. The footage was grainy, the quality poor, but it was enough to spark suspicion. Truck stops, the police soon realized, had been Eddie Calloway's hunting ground for years. Though his name had never surfaced in any criminal investigations before, Eddie's truck matched the description of the one in the footage. He had been seen at the rest stop that night, purchasing coffee and cigarettes. When police visited his home in Staunton, they found his truck parked in the driveway, the front bumper slightly dented, exactly like the one in the footage. It was circumstantial evidence, but the police had a gut feeling. Eddie Calloway was hiding something, but what they would later discover, buried deep within his past, would be far worse than anyone had imagined. Eddie Calloway did not resist when the police came knocking on his door. He greeted them with a tired expression, wiping his grease-stained hands on his jeans, as if they were old friends stopping by for a visit. His truck sat in the driveway, a silent witness to whatever secrets lay beneath its metal frame. "We just want to ask a few questions," the lead investigator had said, but Eddie already knew. He had seen the news, heard the whispers. He knew they would come. Inside his home, a cramped, dimly lit space littered with ashtrays and empty beer cans, Eddie's life was as unremarkable as ever. The walls were bare, save for an old calendar from a truckers' convention in the 80s. The furniture was outdated, a couch that sagged in the middle and a television that flickered with static. The police weren't expecting a confession that day, but Eddie gave them something else: inconsistencies. His story changed slightly with each telling. He had been at the rest stop, yes, but he left before midnight. Then it was just after 1. Then he couldn't remember. His alibi crumbled further when investigators noticed the fresh scratches on his forearm, barely healing. He claimed it was from unloading cargo. His employer said otherwise. Eddie hadn't been assigned any deliveries in the last 3 days. The police took his truck in for inspection. That was when they made their first real discovery. Hidden beneath the passenger seat was a torn piece of fabric. At first glance, it looked like nothing, a small, insignificant scrap of red cotton. But lab results confirmed what everyone had feared. It was a match to Marissa Langford's sweatshirt. That was enough for an arrest. But it was far from the end. Because when they dug deeper into Eddie Calloway's past, they uncovered something far darker. The authorities had only been looking for one victim. What they found were 5. The first case dated back to 1989, when a young hitchhiker named Susan Alden was found dead along an abandoned service road near Roanoke. She had been strangled, her body discarded like trash in the woods. No suspects had ever been named. The second was in 1992. Diana Morton, a 27-year-old waitress from a roadside diner, was last seen getting into a dark-colored truck. She was found 2 weeks later, buried in a shallow grave outside Lexington. No fingerprints, no DNA, no justice. 2 more victims followed, their stories eerily similar. Women traveling alone, disappearing near highways, their bodies found miles away, stripped of their dignity and discarded in the wilderness. The police had suspected a serial offender, but had never been able to connect the cases. Until now, Eddie Calloway had been in every town, on every route where these women had gone missing. The receipts, the logbooks, and the toll records painted a grim picture. He had always been there, a ghost on the highway, slipping in and out of the lives of strangers unnoticed. But what disturbed investigators the most was the discovery inside Eddie's locker at his trucking depot. Among the mess of old receipts and trucker magazines, they found a box, a small, dented tin box. Inside, wrapped in plastic, were souvenirs: a lock of hair tied with a ribbon, a bracelet missing its clasp, a faded photograph of a girl whose identity was never determined, and at the very bottom, a student ID familiar haunting: Marissa Langford. Eddie Calloway was arrested on November 4, 1997, charged with the murder of Marissa Langford. As news of his arrest spread, families of other missing women began reaching out to authorities, desperate for answers. The trial was one of the most sensational in Virginia's history. The evidence was overwhelming: his truck, the fabric, the box of trophies. But Eddie never confessed. Not once. Not to the police, not to his lawyer, not to anyone. He sat through the proceedings with a blank stare, never reacting, never showing remorse. When the verdict was read, guilty of first-degree murder, sentenced to life in prison without parole, he simply nodded, as if he had been expecting it all along. Eddie Calloway died in prison 6 years later, never revealing the full extent of his crimes. Some believed there were more victims, bodies never found, families left without closure. His name faded from public memory, swallowed by time like the lonely roads he once haunted. But for those who knew the story, who had followed the case, Route 250 would never feel the same again. Even after Eddie Calloway was locked away, the scars he left behind refused to fade. The families of the victims, those who had been found, and those who never were left to piece together fragments of memories, struggling to understand the mind of a man who had turned Virginia's highways into his hunting ground. For years, the small towns that dotted Route 250 carried the weight of his crimes. Diners where the missing women once ate their last meals became landmarks of tragedy. Gas stations where they had last been seen were marked by shadows of suspicion, reminders of the dangers lurking in plain sight. Truckers passing through Virginia spoke in hushed tones about the man who had driven among them, unnoticed for years. Some claimed to have shared meals with him, parked beside him at rest stops, or even swapped cigarettes during long hauls. None had suspected a thing. It was a chilling thought. How many times had Eddie Calloway blended into the crowd, just another face in the restless flow of the highway? Even with Eddie's conviction, the full truth remained elusive. Investigators believed that Marissa Langford was not his last victim, just the one who got him caught. The police had tried to get him to confess to more. They had laid out the evidence, the pattern of disappearances, the eerie coincidences, the the truck logs that placed him at crime scenes before anyone even realized a crime had been committed. But Eddie never spoke. Not once. When questioned about the other women, Susan Alden, Diana Morton, and the countless others that fit the same haunting pattern, he gave nothing but silence. His refusal left authorities at a dead end. With no new leads, no new evidence, and no body to recover, there were cases that would never be closed. Families were left to wonder if their daughters, sisters, and wives had simply vanished, or if they had fallen victim to a man who took his secrets to the grave. The worst part was the missing pieces, the women who had never been found. How many were still out there, buried in forgotten places along the Virginia backroads? Even after Eddie Calloway's death in 2003, his name never truly disappeared. Over the years, travelers on Route 250 reported strange occurrences near the places where his known victims were found. Some claimed to see a figure standing by the roadside, a man with a blank expression, watching as their cars passed. Others reported hearing a voice on their CB radios whispering their names before the signal cut to eerie static. A few truckers even swore they had seen a battered old semi-truck, matching the description of Eddie Calloway's last rig, parked at rest stops late at night, its lights flickering, its engine running with no driver in sight. It became a legend among long-haul drivers, the phantom trucker of Virginia. Most dismissed it as highway folklore, just another ghost story to keep new drivers on edge. But those who had followed the case knew better. They knew that Eddie Calloway had always been a ghost, drifting through the dark roads of Virginia, unnoticed until it was too late. And perhaps, even in death, he still was. Despite the passage of time, Eddie Calloway's case remained an open wound for those who had lost loved ones. Investigators occasionally revisited old files, hoping for breakthroughs. Technology advanced, forensic science evolved, and cold cases across the country were being solved with DNA databases and advanced profiling techniques. But for many of Eddie's suspected victims, there was nothing left to test. Bodies that had never been recovered, evidence that had been lost to time, witnesses who had died or disappeared themselves. Some families held out hope. Perhaps one day, a new lead would emerge. Perhaps one of the unidentified victims in Virginia's cold case files would finally be given a name. Perhaps somewhere, buried deep in the forgotten corners of the highway, the truth still waited to be uncovered. But for now, Route 250 remained what it had always been, a long, empty stretch of road, carrying the whispers of the past, haunted by the ones who never made it home. Years after Eddie Calloway's death, truckers and travelers alike continued to tell stories. There were reports of hitchhikers disappearing under eerily familiar circumstances, of truckers who pulled into dimly lit rest stops and felt an inexplicable sense of dread, as though something unseen was watching. And on nights when the fog rolled in thick over the Virginia backroads, some swore that they could still hear the sound of an engine idling just beyond the trees, an old semi-truck waiting in the darkness, waiting as if it had never truly stopped. Perhaps some horrors never really end. Perhaps some roads are meant to be forgotten. Case 5. The small town of Shelton, Washington, was known for its misty mornings, towering evergreens, and the quiet hum of a community that seemed untouched by the chaos of larger cities. Nestled along the southern reaches of Puget Sound, it was a place where everyone knew their neighbors, and crime was nothing more than an occasional petty theft or a bar fight that got out of hand. But in 1997, something happened in Shelton that would change the town's reputation forever. A crime so brutal, so methodically planned, that it haunted the residents for decades. The perpetrator, James Jim Lawton, was not an outsider. Born and raised in Shelton, he had been an unassuming presence in the town. At 38 years old, Jim was a former logger who had turned to working odd jobs after the timber industry had taken a hit. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a face weathered by years of labor under the Pacific Northwest rain. People knew him, but no one really knew him. He was just another man in a town filled with men like him, rough around the edges, quiet, and sometimes a little too eager to drink away his problems. But Jim had a secret. He had grown increasingly obsessed with wealth and power, two things that had always seemed just out of his reach. He blamed the system, the government, and even his neighbors for his misfortunes. Over the years, he had built up a deep resentment, a slow-burning anger that had turned into something far darker than mere frustration. No one noticed when Jim started disappearing for hours at a time, driving out to the outskirts of town where the dense forest swallowed the roads whole. He told people he was hunting, but he never brought back any game. He claimed he was prospecting for gold, but there was never any gold to show for it. The truth was, Jim was planning something. Something he believed would finally give him what he deserved. It began on a cold evening in November. The sun had set early, as it always did that time of year, leaving the town bathed in a dim orange glow before surrendering to the darkness. Jim had been seen at a local gas station earlier that afternoon, buying fuel and a pack of cigarettes. He had nodded to the attendant, a man he had known since childhood, before driving off toward the wilderness. What happened next would only come to light weeks later, when a hunter stumbled upon something unusual deep in the woods. At first, he thought it was a discarded piece of tarp, half buried beneath the autumn leaves. But as he moved closer, the realization hit him with a force that made his stomach turn. It was fabric, torn, stained, and wrapped around something that smelled of decay. The authorities were called, and what they uncovered sent shockwaves through Shelton. Beneath the earth, hastily buried and covered with branches, were the remains of a local couple, Thomas and Irene Holloway. They had been missing for nearly a month, and while there had been some initial concern, many had assumed they had simply taken an unannounced trip. The Holloways were wealthy, one of the few families in town who had managed to thrive even as the economy faltered. As investigators pieced together the evidence, they began to see a disturbing pattern. The Holloways had last been seen in town the same day Jim had filled up his truck. Surveillance footage from a bank showed them withdrawing a large sum of cash, money that was never found. Their home had shown no signs of forced entry, but their car was missing. It was later discovered abandoned near a remote logging road, stripped of anything valuable. Jim Lawton, with his deep-seated resentment for those who had more than him, quickly became the prime suspect. When questioned, he was calm, too calm. He claimed he had been at home the night the Holloways vanished, but neighbors reported hearing his truck rumbling down the road long past midnight. The break in the case came when investigators searched Jim's property. Buried beneath a pile of scrap metal in his shed, they found a small box containing jewelry, watches, and a wad of cash wrapped in an old bandana. Several of the pieces belonged to Irene Holloway. The trial that followed was one of the most talked-about events in Shelton's history. Jim's defense tried to argue that he had simply found the jewelry while scavenging in the woods, that he had no connection to the murders. But the evidence was damning. The soil on Jim's boots matched the dirt from the gravesite. Blood spatter, too faint to be seen without forensic testing, was found on the floor of his truck. When the guilty verdict was read, Jim showed no emotion. He simply stared ahead, unblinking, as if he had already accepted his fate long before stepping into the courtroom. He was sentenced to life without parole, and the town of Shelton tried to move on. But some wounds never truly heal. Even years later, people still spoke of the Holloways in hushed tones, their once grand home left abandoned, a reminder of the darkness that had crept into their quiet town. The woods where they had been found became a place few dared to venture. And Jim Lawton, locked away in a prison cell hundreds of miles from home, never spoke a word about why he did what he did. Perhaps he didn't need to. The town knew. The resentment, the greed, the belief that he had been cheated out of a better life. Those were the things that had driven him to kill. And in the end, they had taken everything from him as well. Even with Jim Lawton behind bars, the echoes of his crime never truly left Shelton. The once peaceful town found itself gripped by an undercurrent of fear that refused to fade. The Holloways had been two of the town's most well-known residents, and their murder had shattered the illusion that Shelton was untouchable by the horrors of the outside world. Their abandoned house stood as a monument to that tragedy. Once a symbol of prosperity, it became something else entirely, a chilling reminder of lives stolen in the most brutal way possible. The property, perched on a small hill overlooking the town, had always been immaculate. Irene had been meticulous about her gardens, keeping them in perfect bloom regardless of the season. But now wild ivy curled around the wrought iron gates, and the flower beds sat untended, overgrown with weeds. No one dared to touch the place. No one wanted to. Rumors spread like wildfire, as they always did in small towns. Some said Jim had hidden more bodies, that the Holloways weren't his first victims. Others whispered that he had an accomplice, someone who had helped him dispose of evidence, someone still lurking among them. The police dismissed such theories, but they couldn't erase the unease that settled over Shelton like an early morning fog. For months after the trial, a sense of paranoia clung to the town. People double-checked their locks at night, something they had never done before. Guns were bought, security cameras were installed, and for the first time in its history, Shelton felt like a town at war with its own shadow. But as time passed, the whispers died down. People went on with their lives, as people always do. Businesses opened, children played in the streets, and slowly, the town began to mend. The Holloway house remained untouched, and the woods where they had been found became a place to avoid. Life carried on, but the tragedy had left an invisible scar, one that only those who had lived through it could truly see. The story should have ended there, with Jim Lawton locked away for life, Shelton returning to its former self, and the Holloways resting in peace. But in the fall of 2002, 5 years after the murders, something happened that reignited the terror Shelton had tried so hard to bury. It started with a hunter. William Gentry was not an easily frightened man. He had lived in Shelton his entire life, and he knew the surrounding woods better than most. He had been hunting since he was old enough to hold a rifle, and he had spent more nights in the wilderness than he could count. But nothing had prepared him for what he stumbled upon that cold October morning. The air was crisp, the kind of autumn morning where the chill cut straight through the skin. William had ventured deep into the forest, further than he normally would. The deer had been scarce that season, and he figured heading toward the older logging trails might bring him better luck. But as he walked through the dense trees, something caught his eye, a patch of earth that looked out of place. At first, he thought it was just a fallen branch disturbing the natural flow of the landscape, but as he stepped closer, he realized it was something far worse. The ground had been disturbed. Recently, the dirt was looser than it should have been, uneven, as if something had been buried there. And then the smell hit him. William had been around death before. It was a scent you never forgot, but this was different. This was stronger, fresher. With his heart pounding in his chest, he backed away and immediately called the police. Within hours, the area was swarming with investigators, and what they uncovered sent shockwaves through Shelton once more. Buried beneath the loose earth was a human body. The remains were fresh, no more than a few weeks old. The victim, a woman in her late 20s, had been bound and strangled before being buried in the shallow grave. But it wasn't just the murder that unsettled the authorities. It was how she had been killed. The method, the precision, the way the body had been left. It was identical to the Holloway murders. But Jim Lawton was still in prison. The discovery sent Shelton spiraling into chaos once again. The case had been closed, the town had moved on, but now it seemed that the nightmare was far from over. If Jim hadn't been working alone, then who was still out there, continuing his crimes? Theories flooded in. Some believed Jim had an accomplice, someone who had learned from him, and was now picking up where he had left off. Others feared that the town had convicted the wrong man, that Jim had been innocent all along, and the real killer had never been caught. Investigators combed through every detail of the new victim's life, searching for any connection to the Holloways. The woman, identified as Melissa Carter, had no known ties to the town. She had been passing through, staying at a roadside motel on the outskirts of Shelton. But her presence in the town at the time of her disappearance seemed too coincidental. A chilling realization soon followed. When police reviewed the security footage from the motel, they discovered that Melissa had been seen talking to a man the night before she vanished. The footage was grainy, the man's face mostly obscured, but one detail stood out. He was wearing a work jacket, one that looked eerily similar to the ones worn by Shelton's former logging crews. A jacket just like the one Jim Lawton had worn the day he was arrested. As the investigation continued, tension in Shelton reached a breaking point. People were terrified. Had they imprisoned the wrong man? Had Jim manipulated the system, convincing the town of his guilt while the real murderer had continued lurking among them? Then came the most unsettling discovery of all. When authorities revisited Jim Lawton's case, digging through every piece of evidence, every statement, every detail of the trial, they found something that had been overlooked, something that changed everything. The DNA found on one of Irene Holloway's stolen belongings, which had been used to convict Jim, had never been definitively matched to him. The forensic technology at the time had only confirmed that it was a possible match, not an absolute one. The prosecution had relied on circumstantial evidence, building their case on Jim's resentment, his history of violence, and the stolen items found in his possession. But had they ever truly proven that he was the killer? Had Shelton put an innocent man behind bars? And if so, who had actually murdered the Holloways? The discovery sent shockwaves through the case. Jim Lawton's legal team immediately filed for an appeal, arguing that the new evidence proved he had been wrongly convicted. The town, once so sure of his guilt, now found itself doubting everything they had believed. And in the midst of it all, one horrifying fact remained clear. The real killer was still out there. The town of Shelton was once again drowning in fear. The revelation that Jim Lawton's conviction might have been a mistake left an open wound in the justice system, one that festered with uncertainty and doubt. If Jim wasn't the real killer, then Shelton had not only imprisoned an innocent man, but it had allowed a murderer to walk free for years. As the appeal process began, the investigation into the new murder intensified. The body of Melissa Carter had reignited the case, forcing the authorities to take a deeper look into the past. Every piece of evidence from the Holloway murders was re-examined, every witness re-questioned. What had they missed? Was there someone else lurking in the shadows, waiting for the town to let its guard down? But time was running out. The killer wasn't waiting. In the weeks following Melissa Carter's murder, the town's anxiety only grew. Then in mid-November, another body was found. This time it was a man. Samuel Dwyer had been a long-haul trucker passing through Shelton when he disappeared. He had been staying at a different roadside motel, one that catered to travelers and workers moving through the area. He had checked in on November 12th. By the 14th, he had vanished. It wasn't until a week later that his body was found, buried in the same remote stretch of woods where Melissa Carter had been discovered. His wrists were bound. He had been strangled. And just like Melissa, just like the Holloways, his body had been carefully positioned. The pattern was undeniable. A serial killer was hunting in Shelton. The police were scrambling for answers. If Jim Lawton wasn't the killer, then who was? Had they been dealing with two murderers all along? Or was this someone who had studied Jim's crimes and was now replicating them? The FBI was called in, and profiling experts were brought to assess the case. They determined that the killer had a level of precision that suggested familiarity with the town, possibly someone who had lived there for years. They also believed the killer was methodical, someone who enjoyed the process, who took their time selecting victims. But there was one detail that stood out. Samuel Dwyer had a strange connection to the Holloway case. Though he had no direct ties to Shelton, he had worked for a trucking company that made deliveries to the region in the late 90s. Records showed that in the months leading up to the Holloway murders, Dwyer had made at least 3 stops in the town. It wasn't much, but it was enough to raise suspicion. Had he known something? Had he seen something back then that made him a target now? The authorities dug deeper, uncovering another chilling detail. Before his disappearance, Dwyer had made a phone call to a number that had since been disconnected. They traced it back to a payphone located near a diner just outside Shelton. Witnesses recalled seeing him there, making the call, looking over his shoulder as if he were nervous. Who had he been trying to reach? The case took a drastic turn when Jim Lawton's appeal was granted. The court agreed that the forensic evidence used to convict him had been flawed. His legal team argued that without a definitive DNA match, his conviction had relied too heavily on circumstantial evidence. After 17 years behind bars, Jim Lawton walked free. His release sent shockwaves through Shelton. Some still believed he was guilty, but others weren't so sure anymore. If Jim wasn't the killer, then the real murderer had gone unpunished for nearly 2 decades. Worse, that person was still out there, still hunting. The police had no choice but to re-examine every suspect from the past. Every person who had been close to the Holloways, every worker who had been near their home, every neighbor who had ever had a grudge against them. And that's when they found something. Buried in the old case files was a name that hadn't been looked at closely enough. A man who had been questioned back in 1997, but had never been a serious suspect. A man who had since left Shelton and moved halfway across the country. Daniel Frazier. At the time of the Holloway murders, Daniel had been a handyman, taking odd jobs around town. He had been hired by several families, including the Holloways, to do maintenance work. He had access to their property. He knew their schedules, and he had suddenly left Shelton just months after their deaths. When investigators tracked him down in a small town in Oregon, they discovered something chilling. Daniel had changed his name. He was now living under an alias, working as a truck mechanic. And when they searched his home, they found a collection of newspaper clippings, articles about the Holloway murders, about Jim Lawton's arrest, about the case that had once consumed Shelton. But there was something even worse. Among his belongings, they found items that had belonged to the victims. A locket that had once been Irene Holloway's. A watch that had belonged to her husband. And something that tied him directly to the recent killings, Melissa Carter's motel key, still attached to its plastic tag. Daniel Frazier had never left his past behind. He had been there all along, watching, waiting. And when he saw that the world had moved on, when he saw that Shelton had convinced itself that Jim Lawton was the real monster, he had come back. The authorities moved quickly. Daniel was arrested at his home, taken into custody without incident. When they questioned him, he refused to speak. He simply sat in silence, as if he had already accepted his fate. But there was one thing he couldn't deny. The DNA found on the evidence, the DNA that had never been conclusively matched to Jim Lawton, was a perfect match to Daniel Frazier. The real killer had finally been caught. The town of Shelton breathed a collective sigh of relief, but the scars of the past could never fully heal. Jim Lawton had lost 17 years of his life for a crime he hadn't committed. The Holloways had died without justice, and in the years since, 2 more victims had been added to the body count. Daniel Frazier was convicted of 4 murders and sentenced to life in prison without parole. But for some in Shelton, that wasn't enough. They had spent years believing in Jim's guilt, trusting that their town was safe, only to realize they had been wrong. It would take time for them to move forward, to learn to trust again. But for the first time in decades, there was closure. The past had finally caught up to its ghost, and Shelton could finally begin to heal. Case 6. The morning air was crisp, the kind that clung to the skin like a thin veil of frost. The sun barely pierced through the heavy clouds hanging low over Detroit, casting a gray shadow over the city. It was the kind of morning where time seemed suspended, and for those who lived on the fringes of society, it was just another day of survival. But for one man, it was the day his carefully constructed facade would begin to crumble. Richard "Rick" Calloway had always been a man of ambition. Born in 1974 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, he grew up in a working-class family, surrounded by the echoes of factory machinery and the scent of motor oil. His father worked long shifts at an auto plant, while his mother juggled multiple jobs to keep the family afloat. Rick, however, had no interest in following the path of hard labor. He craved more power, respect, and above all, wealth. By his early 20s, Rick had reinvented himself. No longer the son of a factory worker, he presented himself as a successful entrepreneur, the kind of man who could walk into a room and command attention. He wore tailored suits, drove expensive cars, and spoke with the confidence of someone who had built an empire. But beneath the polished exterior was a man who had long abandoned morality in pursuit of his desires. His business ventures were nothing more than elaborate schemes, real estate deals that never materialized, investment opportunities that drained people's savings, and shell companies designed to launder money. He thrived on deception, leaving a trail of financial ruin in his wake. Yet, for years, he remained untouchable. He was the kind of criminal who never left fingerprints, who operated in the shadows while appearing as a respectable member of society. That changed in 2008, when the financial crisis sent shockwaves through the economy. Rick had always been good at adapting, but this time he found himself cornered. Investors were demanding returns, banks were tightening regulations, and for the first time in his life, he was running out of options. In desperation, he turned to more extreme measures, ones that could no longer be explained away as simple business missteps. It started with a disappearance. On a cold February morning, Daniel Harrow, a small-time investor who had placed his trust in Rick, was reported missing. He had last been seen leaving his office in downtown Detroit, his car still parked in its usual spot. His phone went straight to voicemail, and within days, his family began to suspect that something was terribly wrong. The police began their investigation, tracing Daniel's last known whereabouts. It wasn't long before his connection to Rick Calloway came to light. Daniel had been one of many who had invested heavily in one of Rick's latest ventures, a supposed development project in Ann Arbor that promised high returns. But as investigators dug deeper, they found no evidence that such a project existed. The more they searched, the more inconsistencies emerged. Rick's finances were a labyrinth of offshore accounts, dummy corporations, and falsified records. Yet, despite the growing suspicions, there was no concrete evidence tying him to Daniel's disappearance. That changed when a construction worker stumbled upon a shallow grave just outside of Lansing. Buried beneath layers of dirt and snow was Daniel's body, his hands bound, his face unrecognizable. The autopsy revealed blunt force trauma to the head, suggesting a violent end. But what caught investigators' attention was a small piece of fabric found near the body, one that matched the lining of a suit jacket frequently worn by Rick Calloway. As the case gained traction, more victims began to emerge. Investors who had lost everything, business partners who had been threatened into silence, and those who had once stood by Rick now came forward with chilling accounts of his manipulative tactics. Despite his attempts to maintain composure, the pressure was mounting. The authorities were closing in, and Rick found himself caught in a web of his own making. But the truth was far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. The walls were closing in, and Rick Calloway knew it. For years, he had played a game of deception, building fraudulent businesses, swindling investors, and laundering money through a carefully orchestrated network of shell corporations. But the discovery of Daniel Harrow's body had changed everything. Now, for the first time, Rick was facing a problem he couldn't manipulate his way out of. The Michigan State Police, in collaboration with the FBI, intensified their investigation. Rick's name was no longer whispered in backroom deals or spoken in hushed tones between victims. It was now plastered across news headlines. His once golden reputation as a financial mastermind was unraveling, thread by thread, exposing the rotten core beneath. Yet, in the face of scrutiny, Rick remained calm, at least on the surface. He continued to attend high-profile networking events, shaking hands and smiling for cameras, as if the growing accusations were mere inconveniences. But beneath the polished exterior, paranoia gnawed at him. He knew how these things worked. First, the media storm, then the quiet approach of investigators, and finally, the inevitable downfall. Rick wasn't planning on sticking around for the grand finale. The night of March 18, 2008, was bitterly cold, even by Michigan standards. A late-season snowstorm had blanketed the roads in a thick layer of ice, making travel treacherous. But that didn't stop Rick from executing his escape plan. He had always been a man who prided himself on being one step ahead, and now was no exception. Days before, he had liquidated what assets he could without drawing suspicion, transferring funds to offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands and Switzerland. He had sold his Detroit penthouse under an alias, stashed cash in multiple safety deposit boxes across the state, and secured a fake passport under the name Gregory Langston. All that was left was to disappear. Under the cover of darkness, Rick drove west, heading toward Chicago, where a private jet was waiting for him at a small, unregulated airstrip. He had planned everything down to the minute, avoiding major highways, switching vehicles halfway through the trip, and using burner phones to communicate with his contacts. He told himself he would be sipping expensive whiskey in Dubai by the end of the week, far beyond the reach of U.S. law enforcement. But Rick Calloway had underestimated two things: his own arrogance and the determination of those he had wronged. As Rick maneuvered his black Range Rover down a desolate stretch of road near the Michigan-Indiana border, a pair of headlights appeared in his rearview mirror. At first, he paid little attention, but when the car remained a constant presence, matching his speed, doubt began to creep into his mind. He accelerated, testing the vehicle behind him. It followed suit. A cold sweat formed at the back of his neck. His mind raced with possibilities. Was it law enforcement? A private investigator hired by one of his victims? Or something worse? Before he could formulate a plan, the pursuing car surged forward, cutting him off with precision. Tires screeched against ice as Rick swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision. His breath came in short, panicked bursts. This wasn't a random encounter. Someone had been waiting for him. And then the second car appeared. A dark SUV with tinted windows sped from the opposite direction, blocking his escape route. The road was too narrow for a U-turn, too slick for sudden movements. He was trapped. Rick's fingers trembled as he reached for the handgun hidden in his glove compartment. He wasn't a violent man by nature. He had always preferred manipulation over brute force, but he also wasn't naive. People like him didn't survive without insurance. The driver's door of the lead vehicle opened. A figure stepped out, dressed in all black, face obscured by the low light. Rick tightened his grip on the gun, willing himself to think clearly. He had two options, surrender or fight, and Rick Calloway had never been one to surrender. He threw open the car door and raised his weapon, prepared to fire. But before he could react, a gunshot echoed through the empty road. His body jerked violently as the bullet tore through his shoulder, sending him sprawling onto the icy pavement. His weapon clattered uselessly to the ground, just beyond his reach. Pain exploded in his arm, but panic overpowered the sensation. He tried to crawl backward, to push himself away from the approaching figure, but the ice beneath him made every movement agonizingly slow. Footsteps crunched against the snow, and then the second shot came. Rick Calloway's body was discovered 3 days later by a passing motorist who had stopped to inspect what appeared to be an abandoned vehicle. The crime scene was haunting, his body half buried in the snow, blood staining the white ground in stark contrast. His wounds told a story of precision, not chaos. The autopsy confirmed 2 gunshot wounds, one to the shoulder, one to the head. The execution-style killing left little doubt, that this was no random act of violence. This had been planned. Law enforcement scrambled to identify suspects. The timing of his death, just as investigators were closing in on his fraudulent empire, suggested multiple possibilities. Was it a former investor seeking revenge? A business associate silencing a loose end? Or had someone within his own inner circle betrayed him to protect themselves? Despite months of investigation, no arrests were made. Rick's past was littered with burned bridges, and those who had once feared him remained silent. The people he had deceived had little sympathy for his fate, and those who might have known the truth refused to speak. Eventually, the case grew cold. His estate was seized, his assets frozen, and the remnants of his empire crumbled into dust. His name became a footnote in Michigan's long history of financial crimes, a cautionary tale of a man who had flown too close to the sun, only to plummet into the abyss. But whispers persisted. Some believed that the truth was buried alongside Rick Calloway, lost in the endless web of deception he had spun. Others speculated that he had been eliminated by an underground syndicate, one that ensured its secrets remained secrets. And then, there were those who claimed that justice had simply found a different way to balance the scales. Because in the end, no matter how carefully Rick had planned his escape, the one thing he could never outrun was the consequences of his own sins. In the weeks following Rick Calloway's murder, investigators scrambled to untangle the web of deceit he had woven over decades. They combed through financial records, retraced his last known movements, and interrogated former associates. But every lead seemed to dissolve into dead ends. The crime scene itself had provided little in terms of physical evidence. The heavy snowfall had erased tire tracks and footprints, and the perpetrators had left no shell casings behind. The 2 bullets that ended Rick's life were clean, no markings, no traceable origin. Whoever had orchestrated his execution had done so with surgical precision. Despite their best efforts, law enforcement was left grasping at shadows, and as time passed, the case slowly faded from public consciousness. But behind closed doors, in dimly lit boardrooms and anonymous phone calls, the people who had once walked in Rick Calloway's world knew the truth. Because justice, in this case, had not been served by the law. It had been delivered by those who had suffered in silence for too long. To understand why Rick Calloway met such a brutal end, one had to look back at the years leading up to that fateful night on the Michigan-Indiana border. Born into a modest family in Grand Rapids, Rick had always possessed an insatiable hunger for power. He was intelligent, charismatic, and unrelenting in his pursuit of success. But he lacked one crucial quality: integrity. In the 1990s, he began his career as a financial consultant, quickly making a name for himself in Michigan's elite circles. He exuded confidence, the kind that made people trust him without question. By the early 2000s, he had built a financial empire, operating under a series of companies that promised high returns on investments. But beneath the polished facade, Rick's empire was nothing more than an elaborate illusion. His firms existed primarily to funnel money through a complex network of shell corporations, hiding the true extent of his fraudulent activities. He preyed on the wealthy and the desperate alike, promising financial security, only to drain their accounts dry. By the mid-2000s, he had amassed millions. But every con has an expiration date, and Rick's was rapidly approaching. The cracks began to form when one of his closest associates, Daniel Harrow, threatened to expose him. The two had worked together for years, but Daniel had grown disillusioned with Rick's greed. When Daniel confronted him, threatening to take evidence to the authorities, he made the fatal mistake of underestimating how far Rick was willing to go to protect himself. Days later, Daniel Harrow disappeared. His body was found in the basement of an abandoned Detroit warehouse 6 months later, bound and lifeless. His death officially ruled a homicide. Though no one could prove it, everyone in Rick's circle knew who was responsible. And that was the beginning of the end. By 2007, whispers of Rick Calloway's crimes had begun to spread beyond his inner circle. Investigators had started piecing together fragments of his fraudulent empire, and federal agencies were closing in. At the same time, a different kind of justice was brewing. Among those Rick had deceived were some of the most powerful and dangerous figures in the underbelly of Michigan's financial and criminal world. They were men and women who had trusted him with their money, their secrets, and their futures, only to be betrayed. Rick had spent years weaving a web of lies, but he had failed to realize that he was not the only spider in the game. Some of his former clients were not the kind to file lawsuits or press charges. They operated outside the law, enforcing their own version of justice, one that did not involve trials or sentencing. By the time Rick realized that he was not only being hunted by the FBI, but also by those he had wronged, it was too late. The night of March 18, 2008, was not a random act of violence. It was a meticulously planned execution. The men who had followed him that night had not come to negotiate. They had not come to warn him. They had come to end the story of Rick Calloway. As Rick lay bleeding in the snow, the world around him seemed to slow. The pain in his shoulder was searing, but his mind was elsewhere. He had always believed he could outthink any situation, that he could buy his way out of any problem, that he was untouchable. But as the second figure approached, the one who had fired the final shot, he understood the truth. There were some things that money couldn't fix. The muzzle of the gun hovered over him for a moment, as if to grant him a fleeting second of realization. Then the trigger was pulled. The shot echoed through the empty road. And just like that, Rick Calloway, the man who had spent his life climbing to the top by stepping on others, was no more. For weeks, investigators pursued leads, determined to bring Rick's killers to justice. But the deeper they dug, the more they realized how difficult that would be. Surveillance footage from nearby highways was inconclusive. The few witnesses who had seen vehicles that night provided conflicting descriptions, and those who might have had answers, the very people Rick had deceived, remained silent. It was a crime without a trace, committed by ghosts who had no interest in being found. And so, as the months passed, the case grew colder. Rick Calloway's name faded from headlines. His estate was liquidated, his empire dismantled. His death became little more than a cautionary tale, a story whispered among those who understood the true nature of power and deception. Some say that justice had been served in a way the legal system never could have. Others argue that his killers were no better than him, that murder is never justified, no matter the sins of the victim. But one thing remains certain. Rick Calloway was a man who spent his life building a castle made of lies. And in the end, it crumbled beneath him, as it always was bound to. Case 7. In the quiet city of Namyangju, South Korea, nestled amidst the serene landscapes of Gyeonggi Province, life moved at a tranquil pace. The year was 2010, and the community prided itself on its low crime rates and close-knit neighborhoods. However, beneath this veneer of peace, a chilling crime would soon unfold, shattering the town's sense of security. On November 17, 2010, Mrs. Lee, a 69-year-old resident of a newly constructed apartment complex, was found brutally murdered in her home. Her husband, Mr. Park, discovered her lifeless body upon returning from an early morning golf session. Mrs. Lee had been stabbed multiple times, with the fatal wound severing her carotid artery. The nature of the crime was both violent and perplexing, especially given the high security measures of their residence. The apartment complex, recently completed, boasted state-of-the-art security systems. Access was tightly controlled, with electronic logs recording every entry and exit. Yet, despite these precautions, there were no signs of forced entry, and the security logs showed no unauthorized access during the time frame of the murder. This led investigators to a daunting question. How could such a heinous act occur in a seemingly impenetrable environment? Mrs. Lee was well regarded in the community. She was active in local social circles, often attending gatherings at the community center for the elderly. Her routine was predictable, and she maintained regular contact with friends and family. On the morning of her death, she had spoken with a friend about attending a meeting at the center, indicating no distress or unusual behavior. The investigation began with a thorough examination of the crime scene. Forensic teams scoured the apartment for evidence, but the meticulous nature of the crime left little to uncover. There were no fingerprints, no DNA traces, and no signs of a struggle. The weapon used was not found at the scene, and nothing appeared to be stolen, ruling out robbery as a motive. Given the lack of physical evidence, detectives turned their attention to the building's security footage. Hours of video were analyzed, but no suspicious individuals were observed entering or leaving the premises during the critical time window. The residents were interviewed, but none reported seeing or hearing anything unusual. The case quickly became a classic locked-room mystery, baffling both law enforcement and the public. As days turned into weeks, the pressure mounted on the investigative team. The media dubbed the case the Namyangju locked-room murder, and speculation ran rampant. Theories ranged from a professional assassin to supernatural involvement, but without concrete evidence, they remained mere conjecture. In an effort to uncover any possible leads, investigators delved into Mrs. Lee's personal life. They examined her relationships, financial records, and any potential conflicts. However, Mrs. Lee's history revealed no enemies or disputes that could suggest a motive for such a violent act. Her life appeared to be as unblemished as her public persona. Attention then shifted to Mr. Park. As the spouse and the individual who discovered the body, he was subjected to intense scrutiny. His alibi of being at a golf session was corroborated by multiple witnesses, and there was no evidence linking him to the crime. Moreover, those who knew the couple attested to their harmonious relationship, further diminishing the likelihood of his involvement. With traditional avenues exhausted, the investigative team considered more unconventional possibilities. Could the perpetrator have had intimate knowledge of the building's security systems? This line of inquiry led them to question the construction and security personnel involved in the apartment complex. Background checks and interviews were conducted, but once again, no viable suspects emerged. The lack of progress took its toll on the community. Residents, once confident in their safety, began to feel a pervasive sense of unease. Neighborhood meetings were held, and private security measures were increased. The unsolved nature of the crime cast a long shadow over Namyangju, altering the fabric of daily life. As the first anniversary of Mrs. Lee's death approached, the case remained unsolved. The file was relegated to the cold case unit, with detectives revisiting it periodically in the hope that new evidence or technological advancements might one day provide answers. The Namyangju locked room murder became a somber chapter in the city's history, a reminder of the fragility of perceived safety and the mysteries that can lurk behind closed doors. In the years following the tragic death of Mrs. Lee, the Namyangju locked room murder continued to haunt both the community and the law enforcement agencies involved. The case, characterized by its perplexing nature and lack of leads, became a subject of study and debate among criminologists and forensic experts. Despite the passage of time, the desire to uncover the truth remained undiminished. Advancements in forensic science offered a glimmer of hope. Techniques that were not available at the time of the original investigation had since been developed, prompting a re-examination of the evidence. Forensic teams revisited the crime scene, employing new methods to detect trace evidence that might have been previously overlooked. However, the pristine condition of the apartment and the meticulous nature of the crime continued to yield no new clues. The investigative team also explored the possibility of similar crimes occurring elsewhere. They scoured national and international crime databases, looking for patterns or modus operandi that matched the Namyangju case. While a few cases bore superficial similarities, none provided the breakthrough needed to solve Mrs. Lee's murder. Psychological profilers were consulted to construct a potential profile of the killer. Years passed, yet the Namyangju locked room murder remained an enigma. Investigators, forensic experts, and even amateur sleuths continued to dissect the case, but no definitive answers emerged. Every detail of Mrs. Lee's life had been examined under a microscope. Her habits, finances, friendships, and even the smallest disputes. Yet nothing suggested why she had been targeted. By 2015, the case was considered a cold case, though it was never officially closed. The murder had become a ghost story whispered through Namyangju, a cautionary tale that reminded residents of how even the safest places could harbor darkness. Families who had lived in the apartment complex since its construction still shuddered at the memory of that fateful November morning. Some moved away, unable to shake the feeling that something sinister had gone unnoticed, that the murderer could still be lurking among them. But time has a way of unraveling even the most tangled mysteries. In late 2016, a breakthrough emerged, not from the evidence at the crime scene, but from an unexpected source. A low-level cybercriminal, apprehended in Seoul for credit card fraud, made an offhand remark during interrogation that caught the attention of the police. The suspect, a man named Choi Sung-hwan, claimed he had once been acquainted with a man who knew how to get into places without being seen. This acquaintance, he said, had bragged about committing a perfect crime in Namyangju years earlier. At first, investigators dismissed the claim. It sounded like drunken bravado, the kind of idle talk criminals often exchanged in bars or online forums. But when pressed for more details, Choi mentioned something chilling. His acquaintance had specifically referenced an apartment with tight security, no forced entry, and no noise. This detail matched Mrs. Lee's case too perfectly to be ignored. Authorities began tracing Choi's connections, searching for anyone who fit the description of a person capable of bypassing high-tech security systems. They combed through records of individuals with expertise in surveillance technology, locksmithing, and cyber intrusion. One name stood out: Eugene Suk. Eugene Suk was an elusive figure. A former security consultant, he had worked for multiple companies designing access control systems for high-rise apartments and corporate offices. His knowledge of security flaws made him highly sought after, but it also made him dangerous. You had disappeared from the corporate world in 2011, shortly after Mrs. Lee's murder. Investigators learned that he had been dismissed from his last job after an internal audit revealed irregularities in security system modifications. He had been accused of secretly installing backdoor access points into apartment security networks, a charge he vehemently denied at the time. But the timing of his departure now seemed too coincidental. Further digging revealed that you had not vanished entirely. He had simply slipped into the underbelly of Seoul's criminal network, offering his skills to those who could pay. His expertise in bypassing high-security locks and electronic access systems made him invaluable to certain groups: burglars, corporate spies, and even private clients looking to bypass security measures for personal reasons. Was it possible that you had used his knowledge to gain access to Mrs. Lee's apartment? And if so, why had he targeted her? Investigators traced Yu's digital footprint, monitoring financial records, online activities, and old employment records. A startling discovery soon surfaced. You had been involved in the installation of the very security system used in Mrs. Lee's apartment complex. Though he had left the company before its completion, his fingerprints were all over the project's initial design. Had he built a backdoor into the system? To answer this question, cybercrime units re-examined the security logs from 2010. The original investigation had found no unauthorized entries during the murder window, but now, with better forensic tools, analysts detected something subtle: an anomaly in the system's access records. A specific keycard entry had been logged, but only for a fraction of a second before being erased. The deletion was nearly imperceptible, hidden beneath layers of system logs, but it was there. Someone had accessed Mrs. Lee's apartment, then removed the evidence of their entry. And the method used to conceal this activity matched techniques known to be used by Eugene Suk. It was the first real evidence in 6 years that Mrs. Lee's death had not been random. It had been carefully planned. With this new lead, authorities began tracking Yu's whereabouts. He had become more reclusive over the years, rarely using his real name and avoiding digital transactions. But eventually, surveillance teams picked up traces of him in Busan, where he was rumored to be working under a fake identity. A sting operation was set in motion. Undercover agents posed as potential clients, seeking Yu's services for a high-security job. After weeks of careful setup, the trap was sprung. Yu arrived at a designated meeting place, expecting a business transaction. Instead, he was met with plainclothes officers who took him into custody before he could escape. Under interrogation, Yu denied any involvement in Mrs. Lee's murder. He admitted to bypassing security systems for private clients, but insisted he had never committed violent crimes. When presented with the evidence, the erased entry logs, his connection to the apartment complex, and Choi Sung-hwan's statement, he remained silent for hours. Finally, after nearly 36 hours in custody, he made a chilling confession. "I never meant for her to die," he said. The room fell silent. Investigators leaned forward, watching as Eugene Suk, the man who had spent years slipping through security systems like a ghost, finally lowered his head. His voice was barely above a whisper, but his words carried the weight of a long-buried secret. "I never meant for her to die." The confession was a crack in the dam, but it wasn't enough. Investigators pressed him for details. How did he get in? Why did he target Mrs. Lee? Was this truly an accident, or had he intended to kill her? He remained quiet for several minutes, staring at his cuffed hands. Then, as if resigning himself to the inevitable, he exhaled sharply and began to speak. "You claimed that he had been hired by an anonymous client to break into Mrs. Lee's apartment on the night of November 4th, 2010. His job was simple: gain access, retrieve a specific item, and leave no trace. He refused to disclose who had hired him, insisting he didn't know the full details. All he knew was that the job was urgent, and that he had been paid handsomely in advance. Using a backdoor exploit he had built into the security system years earlier, you entered the apartment undetected. He had planned the entry meticulously, waiting until the early hours when Mrs. Lee was likely asleep. The blue glow of the city filtered through the apartment windows as he moved through the space, searching for the object his client wanted. He never expected her to wake up. According to you, he was halfway through rifling through a drawer in the bedroom when he heard a sound, a faint rustling, a shift in the bed. When he turned, he saw Mrs. Lee's silhouette in the dim light. She had woken up. For a moment, neither of them moved. You described feeling frozen, his breath caught in his throat. Then Mrs. Lee screamed. Panicked, you lunged toward her, intending to silence her before she could alert neighbors. He clamped a hand over her mouth, whispering frantically for her to be quiet. But Mrs. Lee fought back. She clawed at his arms, twisting beneath him, her muffled screams pressing against his palm. In his desperation to keep her quiet, he pressed down harder. Too hard. You claimed he didn't realize what he had done until it was too late. When he finally pulled away, Mrs. Lee was motionless. Her body had gone limp, her head turned slightly to the side. The room was deathly silent. Panic set in. You had not planned for this. He had expected a clean job, no confrontation, no violence. Now he was standing over a lifeless body, his gloved hands trembling. He checked her pulse, hoping desperately that she was still alive. Nothing. For several long minutes, he stood in the dark, heart pounding against his ribs. He thought about running, about disappearing into the night. But then he realized something. If he left now, he would leave behind too much evidence. The apartment's security logs, the possibility of surveillance footage, any DNA he might have left behind. He had to cover his tracks. Working quickly, he began wiping down surfaces, erasing any fingerprints he might have left. He retraced his steps through the apartment, ensuring that nothing appeared out of place. The drawer he had been searching was carefully shut. The items he had moved were returned to their original positions. Then came the hardest part, staging the scene. You knew that the crime needed to look like something other than a home invasion. If it appeared too suspicious, investigators would dig deeper. He considered making it look like a burglary gone wrong, but realized that wouldn't explain the lack of forced entry. Instead, he decided on a different approach, one that would delay the investigation long enough for him to vanish. He carefully repositioned Mrs. Lee's body, placing her in what he thought was a natural sleeping position. He even went so far as to tuck the blanket slightly over her shoulder, hoping it would make it seem as though she had passed away in her sleep. Before leaving, he used a small device to manipulate the apartment's access logs. He deleted the record of his keycard entry, ensuring that investigators would find no sign of an intruder. The only log left behind was Mrs. Lee's own keycard scan from when she had entered the apartment earlier that evening. Confident that he had covered his tracks, Yu exited the building through a back staircase, his heart hammering in his chest. The city street swallowed him whole as he disappeared into the early morning haze, leaving behind a crime scene so meticulously staged that it would baffle investigators for years. For 6 years, Yu had lived with the knowledge of what he had done. He had changed identities, moved from city to city, taking only jobs that required no physical presence. He had avoided security cameras, refrained from using traceable bank accounts, and kept his head low. But in the end, it hadn't been enough. Investigators weren't satisfied with his confession. They wanted to know who had hired him, what the stolen item was, and whether this was truly an accident or something more sinister. Yu remained frustratingly vague. He claimed he had no idea what the item was. He had never found it. The job had been compromised the moment Mrs. Lee woke up. But investigators weren't convinced. There was still the question of motive. Why would someone hire a professional like you to break into an elderly woman's apartment? What could she have possibly owned that was valuable enough to warrant such extreme measures? Weeks after Yu's arrest, investigators reopened their case files, this time looking at Mrs. Lee's life from a new perspective. They no longer viewed her as just a retired schoolteacher. Now they saw her as someone who had been targeted. What they uncovered changed everything. Mrs. Lee had once been married to a high-ranking official in the South Korean Ministry of Finance. Though her husband had passed away years before her murder, records indicated that he had been involved in classified government projects related to financial security and economic intelligence. Further investigation revealed that Mrs. Lee had inherited a set of confidential documents after her husband's death. Documents detailing secret financial transactions involving powerful individuals in both corporate and political sectors. Had she kept these documents? And if so, had someone feared that she would reveal them? The idea sent a chill down the investigators' spines. If true, it meant that Mrs. Lee's death had not been a random break-in gone wrong. It had been a deliberate act, a silencing. Eugene Suk had been nothing more than a pawn in a larger game, a hired tool used to retrieve something that someone desperately wanted to keep hidden. The real mastermind behind the crime remained unknown. Despite Yu's confession, many questions remained unanswered. Investigators never recovered the stolen documents, if they had ever existed at all. The client who had hired Yu was never identified, and the people who had orchestrated Mrs. Lee's death remained beyond the reach of justice. Eugene Suk was sentenced to life in prison for his role in the crime, but to many, it felt like an incomplete resolution. The shadows surrounding the case remained, stretching far beyond the walls of the prison that now held him. Years later, the mystery of the Namyangju locked room murder was still whispered about. Some believed that Mrs. Lee had hidden the documents before her death, that they were still out there, waiting to be discovered. Others feared that those responsible for her murder had simply moved on to their next target, their secrets buried deeper than ever. But one thing was certain, justice had not yet been fully served. And perhaps it never would be. Case 8. Busan, the largest port city in South Korea, is known for its breathtaking beaches, bustling fish markets, and vibrant nightlife. However, beneath the glow of neon lights and the hum of the city, a darkness once lurked, one that shook the entire nation. In 2009, a criminal case unfolded that would haunt Busan for years to come. At the center of it was a man named Kang Ji-hoon, a 42-year-old office worker whose seemingly ordinary life concealed a horrifying secret. Kang Ji-hoon worked as an administrative employee at an export company. To his colleagues, he was nothing more than a quiet, unremarkable man. He kept his hair neatly combed, his work attire always pristine, and he never failed to offer a polite smile when spoken to. However, those who worked with him long enough noticed peculiarities. He rarely engaged in small talk, never joined company dinners, and always left precisely on time. Outside of work, little was known about his personal life. He lived in a modest apartment in Yongdo-gu with his wife, Kim Soo-min, and their 7-year-old daughter, Eun-ji. Their neighbors regarded Ji-hoon as reserved, but never suspected anything sinister about him. He never raised his voice, never caused trouble, and seemed to be a devoted family man. No one could have imagined that behind closed doors, Kang Ji-hoon harbored a darkness that would soon be exposed. On a cold November night in 2009, Busan police received a disturbing report. A woman had been found in an alleyway in Nampo-dong, her body bearing signs of a brutal struggle. Her clothes were torn, her hands and face marred with wounds, and most chillingly, she had no form of identification. It was as if someone had tried to erase her existence. A local shop owner had stumbled upon her while locking up his store. At first, he assumed she was a homeless person who had passed out on the street. But when he took a closer look, he realized the horrifying truth. The dried blood around her body and the frozen terror on her face suggested she had endured something far worse than a simple mugging. When the police arrived, they found little evidence. No witnesses had seen anything unusual that night, and CCTV cameras in the area failed to capture any significant activity. The case seemed to be heading toward a dead end, until investigators followed a set of faint footprints leading from the alleyway to a hidden passage behind a row of old shops. The passage led them to a door, one that appeared to have been unused for years. When the officers forced it open, what they found inside was beyond anything they had imagined. The small, dark room was filled with a foul stench. Scattered around the space were old cloths stained with dried blood, unidentifiable personal items, and, most disturbingly, several photographs of different women. A deeper investigation into the items revealed a shocking connection. Each woman in the photos had been reported missing in recent years. They had all vanished near areas where Kang Ji-hoon had either lived or worked. Slowly but surely, all the evidence began pointing to the quiet office worker who had gone unnoticed for far too long. With mounting suspicions, the police placed Ji-hoon under surveillance. His movements were methodical, almost rehearsed. He stuck to a rigid routine, making no deviation from his daily schedule. But as investigators dug deeper, they found disturbing inconsistencies. His work records showed that he frequently took unexplained absences, and his bank statements revealed large withdrawals from ATMs across different districts. Withdrawals that corresponded with the estimated times when the missing women had disappeared. Soon, authorities had gathered enough evidence to confront him. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and the police prepared to bring him in for questioning. But just as they were closing in, something unexpected happened. Kang Ji-hoon vanished. His wife, Kim Soo-min, told officers that he had left for work as usual but never returned home. Security footage from their apartment complex showed him walking out the front door in his usual attire, carrying a small black duffel bag. That was the last time anyone saw him. Investigators scoured Busan, searching for any trace of the missing man. They interrogated his colleagues, combed through CCTV footage, and even placed his face on national news, hoping someone might recognize him. But Ji-hoon had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Speculation ran wild. Some believed he had fled the country, using a fake identity to board a ship out of Busan's port. Others thought he was hiding within the city itself, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. Whatever the case, one thing was certain: Kang Ji-hoon, the man with two faces, had left a permanent stain on Busan's history. As the days passed, the mystery surrounding Kang Ji-hoon's disappearance deepened. Busan authorities expanded their search efforts, tracing every possible lead that could hint at his whereabouts. Airports and seaports were put on high alert. His face was plastered across news channels, and his bank accounts were frozen to prevent him from accessing any funds. Yet, despite the full force of law enforcement hunting for him, Ji-hoon remained a ghost. Investigators turned their attention to his past, hoping to uncover something, anything, that could explain how an unassuming office worker could lead such a double life. They discovered that Ji-hoon had grown up in a strict household in the city of Daegu, where discipline was valued above all else. His father, a retired military officer, ruled the house with an iron fist, enforcing rigid rules that left little room for affection. His mother, a meek woman who rarely spoke up against her husband, spent most of her life tending to Ji-hoon and his younger sister. Despite his stern upbringing, Ji-hoon showed little sign of trouble in his youth. He was a quiet, diligent student who rarely drew attention to himself. His teachers described him as invisible, always present but never remarkable. However, former classmates recalled unsettling details. One girl, who sat next to him in middle school, recalled that Ji-hoon never made eye contact. Another student remembered how he once found Ji-hoon staring at a dead bird for an unnervingly long time, as if studying its lifeless form. By the time he reached adulthood, Ji-hoon had perfected the art of blending in. He pursued a degree in business administration and eventually secured a stable job in Busan. To those around him, he was an ordinary, if somewhat withdrawn man. But underneath that facade lurked something much darker. The deeper investigators dug, the more chilling the case became. In Ji-hoon's abandoned apartment, forensic teams discovered a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards of his study. Inside, they found journals filled with pages upon pages of meticulous notes detailing his crimes. Each entry was dated, describing in disturbingly clinical detail how he had stalked his victims, manipulated their routines, and ultimately overpowered them. One passage stood out among the rest. Control is everything. Watching them from a distance, learning their habits, knowing exactly where they will be before they even realize it themselves, that is true power. The most horrifying realization was that his crimes had spanned years. The earliest entry dated back to 2003, 6 years before his final known victim was found in the Nampodong alleyway. This meant that the number of missing persons linked to him could be far greater than initially suspected. With this new evidence, law enforcement had no choice but to declare Kang Ji-hoon one of the most dangerous fugitives in South Korean history. Nationwide alerts were issued, and the media dubbed him the Shadow of Busan, a name that sent chills down the spines of citizens across the country. Parents began keeping their children indoors, women took extra precautions when walking home at night, and even seasoned officers admitted that this case was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Then, months after his disappearance, an unexpected lead surfaced. A surveillance camera outside a convenience store in Gyeongju, a city several hours from Busan, captured a man who bore a striking resemblance to Ji-hoon. The footage showed him wearing a dark hoodie and a face mask, standing near an ATM before hurriedly walking away. Authorities wasted no time in dispatching teams to the area, but by the time they arrived, Ji-hoon had already vanished once more. What puzzled investigators the most was how he had been able to evade capture for so long. He had no known associates, no family members willing to help him, and no significant financial resources that could sustain him. Yet, he managed to slip through the cracks time and time again, as if he had prepared for this eventuality long before the police had even caught wind of his crimes. As more time passed, the frequency of potential sightings dwindled. Some speculated that he had escaped to a rural area, living off the grid where no one would recognize him. Others believed he had left the country altogether, slipping past authorities under a forged identity. Then, nearly 2 years after his disappearance, a chilling discovery was made in an abandoned house on the outskirts of Ulsan, a city bordering Busan. A group of urban explorers stumbled upon the dilapidated structure while searching for rumored haunted locations. They had expected to find little more than dust and decay, but what they uncovered instead was a scene straight out of a nightmare. The interior of the house was a chaotic mess. Old newspapers and empty food containers littered the floor, and the air carried the foul stench of rot. In the center of the living room stood a makeshift cot, surrounded by notebooks identical to those found in Ji-hoon's apartment. But the most disturbing part was what lay beyond a hidden door at the back of the house. In the dimly lit basement, the explorers found an old wooden desk covered in photographs. Some were of missing women, their faces circled in red ink. Others depicted locations across Busan, each one marked with cryptic notes. Among them was a final, unfinished entry in one of Ji-hoon's journals. "They are close. I can feel it, but they will never truly understand. Not until it's too late." By the time authorities arrived, the house was empty. There were no signs of recent activity. No food, no supplies, nothing to suggest Ji-hoon had been there in the past few days. However, one thing was certain. Wherever he was still watching. Months turned into years, and Kang Ji-hoon remained a phantom in the shadows. Every so often, the media would reignite interest in the case, replaying old footage, reanalyzing evidence, and interviewing former detectives who had worked tirelessly to bring him to justice. But despite the extensive manhunt, he had vanished as if he had never existed. For the families of his victims, closure was an illusion. They were left with questions that would never be answered, with grief that never truly faded. Some still clung to the hope that one day, Ji-hoon would be found and forced to face the weight of his sins. Others had resigned themselves to the possibility that he had died somewhere in obscurity, his body undiscovered, his secrets buried with him. But the truth had a way of resurfacing when least expected. In the winter of 2022, a group of construction workers in Busan made a grim discovery while demolishing an old commercial building near Haeundae Beach. Hidden within the crumbling remains of a basement, they found a heavily decomposed body. At first, authorities assumed it belonged to a homeless individual who had sought shelter in the abandoned structure. But as forensic analysts began their work, details emerged that sent a ripple of unease through the investigative community. The corpse was male, approximately in his late 40s, and showed signs of malnutrition. The cause of death appeared to be a combination of starvation and self-inflicted wounds. But what stood out the most was the set of personal belongings found alongside the remains. An aged leather-bound journal, a rusted pocket knife, and a faded ID card. The name on the ID, Kang Ji-hoon. The news sent shockwaves through South Korea. The elusive predator who had haunted Busan for years had been hiding in plain sight all along. He had never left the city. He had never fled the country. Instead, he had retreated into the decaying ruins of the city's forgotten corners, living as a ghost among the rubble of his own crimes. The journal, once deciphered, provided the final piece of the puzzle. Ji-hoon had spent his last years in hiding, tormented by paranoia and the weight of his own actions. The entries spoke of constant nightmares, of the whispers of those he had wronged, of the inescapable feeling that the walls were closing in on him. They are always watching. Even when I am alone, they are there. I can hear them in the wind, in the creaking of the walls, in the silence of the night. There is no escape. Not anymore. Perhaps, in the end, justice had caught up to him in the only way it could. With Ji-hoon's death, the case was officially closed. But the scars he had left on Busan would never truly heal. Even today, the city remembers the shadow of Busan, not as a legend, but as a grim reminder that monsters do not always hide in the darkness. Sometimes they walk among us unnoticed until it is too late, and sometimes they become prisoners of their own demons, their own sins consuming them in the silence of their final moments. Case 9. Yosu, a quiet coastal city in South Korea, was known for its scenic ocean views, fresh seafood, and historical sites. It was a peaceful town, a place where people came to escape the chaos of urban life, to breathe in the salt-laced air and hear the rhythmic lapping of the waves against the shore. But in the early spring of 2012, this serene city was shaken by a crime so brutal that it left an indelible mark on the community. The man at the center of this crime was Kang Ji-hoon, a 43-year-old fisherman who had lived in Yosu his entire life. He was an unremarkable figure, a man of few words, often seen wearing the same worn-out jacket and cap, his face weathered by years at sea. His neighbors knew him as a solitary man, someone who kept to himself, never causing trouble. But what they didn't know was that beneath his quiet exterior, a darkness had been brewing for years. Ji-hoon had grown up in Yosu, the son of a fisherman who had spent his life pulling nets from the sea. It was expected that he would follow in his father's footsteps, and he did, though not out of passion but necessity. He was never one to dream beyond what was in front of him, accepting his life as a simple man making a simple living. But there was a storm within him, a deep-seated resentment that festered as the years passed. It all began with money. Fishing was not as profitable as it had once been, and Ji-hoon struggled to make ends meet. The competition was fierce, and he often found himself outmatched by larger operations with better equipment. Over time, his bitterness grew, directed at the tourists who flooded the docks, at the young entrepreneurs who opened flashy seafood restaurants, and most of all, at those who had what he did not: stability, wealth, respect. But the breaking point came in the winter of 2011. Ji-hoon had been drinking heavily, drowning his frustration in cheap soju at a small bar near the port. It was there that he overheard a conversation that would change everything. A group of local businessmen were discussing an upcoming investment, a land deal near the waterfront that promised to bring in millions. They spoke freely, unaware that a desperate man was listening intently, absorbing every word. Ji-hoon saw an opportunity. If he could get his hands on that money, he could leave Yosu forever, start anew somewhere far away. The idea took root in his mind, growing into an obsession. Over the next few months, he watched, he planned, and he waited. On the night of March 17, 2012, the crime unfolded. Ji-hoon had followed one of the businessmen, a 56-year-old named Choi Min-suk, who was known for his real estate dealings. Choi was a family man, well respected in the community, and had built his fortune through years of careful investment. That evening, he had been at a private gathering at a friend's house, celebrating a successful deal. When he left around midnight, he had no idea that Ji-hoon was trailing him through the dimly lit streets of Yosu. What happened next was both calculated and frenzied. Ji-hoon confronted Choi in a secluded alley near the docks, demanding his money. But Choi had nothing on him except his wallet and a few credit cards. The situation escalated, turning violent in a matter of seconds. Ji-hoon, overwhelmed by years of frustration and anger, struck Choi repeatedly, his hands shaking with adrenaline. The struggle was brief but fatal. Ji-hoon fled the scene, leaving Choi lifeless on the damp pavement. But he had made mistakes, ones that would quickly lead investigators straight to him. The body of Choi Min-suk was discovered early the next morning by a street vendor, setting up his cart near the docks. The moment he saw the lifeless figure slumped against the damp alley wall, his breath caught in his throat. The vendor hesitated for only a moment before fumbling for his phone, his trembling fingers barely able to dial the emergency number. Within minutes, the police arrived, the flashing red and blue lights cutting through the misty dawn of Yosu's port district. Detective Park Sung-ho, a seasoned investigator with the Yosu Metropolitan Police, was among the first to arrive. He had seen his fair share of crimes, but Yosu was not the kind of city where people were murdered in back alleys. As he stood over the body, he quickly took note of the scene. Choi's pockets were turned inside out, his wallet discarded nearby, but his watch, a luxury brand worth millions of won, was still on his wrist. This wasn't a random mugging. It was something more desperate, more personal. The forensic team worked swiftly, documenting every detail. The wounds on Choi's body suggested a struggle, but it wasn't until they turned him over that the true brutality of the attack became clear. His face was barely recognizable, swollen and bloodied from repeated blows. The police needed answers, and they needed them fast. The investigation began with Choi's last known whereabouts. Security footage from a nearby convenience store showed him leaving the gathering around midnight, walking alone. Then, just minutes before his estimated time of death, a shadowy figure was caught on another camera following him at a distance. The footage was grainy, but one detail stood out. The suspect was wearing a distinctive fisherman's jacket, the kind often worn by those who worked at the port. Word spread quickly through the tight-knit community. Yosu's fishermen were a small, interconnected group, and it wasn't long before one name surfaced: Kang Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon had been acting strangely in the days leading up to the crime. His drinking had increased, and he had been seen loitering near Choi's office, though no one knew why. Most damning of all, the night after the murder, he had been spotted trying to sell an expensive leather briefcase at a pawn shop on the outskirts of town. The police moved quickly. A search warrant was obtained for Ji-hoon's small, rundown apartment near the docks. Inside, they found what they were looking for: Choi's missing credit cards, tucked inside an old fishing tackle box. But there was something else, something that made even the most hardened officers pause. Stuffed beneath a pile of clothes was a notebook, its pages filled with obsessive writings about wealth, power, and escape. Ji-hoon had outlined a plan, one that involved taking what he felt was owed to him. He had even written Choi's name several times, underlined with deep, angry strokes. Ji-hoon was arrested that evening. When the police found him, he was sitting alone on the docks, staring out at the dark waters. He didn't resist, didn't say a word as the cuffs clicked around his wrists. But his silence spoke volumes. The trial that followed was swift and widely covered by local media. The prosecution painted Ji-hoon as a desperate man, driven to violence by his own failures and resentment. His defense argued that it had not been premeditated, that the encounter had escalated unexpectedly. But the evidence was overwhelming. In the end, Ji-hoon was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison. As he was led away from the courtroom, he didn't look at the reporters, the spectators, or even Choi's grieving family. He only looked at the floor, as if searching for something he had lost long before that fateful night. Yosu moved on, as all places do. The alley where Choi had taken his last breath was cleaned, the blood washed away by rain and time. The docks remained busy, the fishermen still pulled their nets from the sea, and the tourists continued to visit, unaware of the darkness that had once lurked beneath the city's serene surface. But for those who remembered, the story of Kang Ji-hoon was a reminder of what desperation could drive a man to do. It was a story of envy, of bitterness, of a dream twisted into something unrecognizable. And it was a story that, for the people of Yosu, would never be forgotten. Years passed, but the echoes of that fateful night in Yosu never truly faded. The city, with its tranquil harbor and winding streets, continued to thrive, but beneath the surface, there were those who still whispered about the crime. The brutal killing of Choi Min-suk and the man who had taken his life, Kang Ji-hoon. For Choi's family, the pain never lessened. His parents, once full of life, aged rapidly after the tragedy. His younger sister, Eun-ji, once a bright and ambitious student, struggled to find her place in the world, burdened by the weight of grief. Though they tried to move forward, the shadow of that night loomed over them like an ever-present storm. As for Ji-hoon, the walls of the prison became his world. The man who had once dreamed of breaking free from the chains of poverty now found himself bound by something far worse, his own regret. At first, he resisted the reality of his sentence, lashing out at guards, refusing meals, and spending hours staring at the cold concrete walls of his cell. But as the months turned into years, the fight within him began to wither. The fire that had once burned in his eyes dimmed, replaced by something hollow, something lost. Despite the court's verdict, there were still unanswered questions. Ji-hoon had confessed to the killing, but there were inconsistencies in his story, details that didn't quite add up. The wounds on Choi's body suggested more than one assailant. Witnesses had reported seeing multiple figures in the alley that night. Yet, no one else had ever been charged. Detective Park Sung-ho, now retired, couldn't shake the feeling that the case wasn't as open and shut as it seemed. He had spent decades solving crimes, and his instincts told him there was something missing, something hidden beneath the surface. Determined to find the truth, he revisited the case files, poring over every detail. The photographs, the testimonies, the evidence, it was all there, but something didn't sit right. Then he saw it. A small, seemingly insignificant detail buried in the forensics report. Traces of blood that didn't match either Choi Min-suk or Kang Ji-hoon. Someone else had been there that night. With this revelation, Park began making quiet inquiries. He reached out to old contacts, dug into old reports, and eventually, a new name surfaced, Young Woo-sik, a man who had once worked with Ji-hoon at the docks. Woo-sik had a history of violence, a reputation for settling disputes with his fists. More troubling, he had disappeared shortly after Ji-hoon's arrest. Following the trail, Park discovered that Woo-sik had fled Yosu, and was now living in Busan under a different name. The retired detective knew he had no authority to reopen the case, but that didn't stop him. He traveled to Busan, determined to confront the man himself. When he finally found Woo-sik, he was no longer the brute who had once prowled the docks. He was thinner, his face lined with age and worry. At first, he denied any involvement, but when Park presented the evidence, the unmatched blood, the witness reports, the inconsistencies in Ji-hoon's confession, something in Woo-sik's expression changed. He didn't confess outright, but the guilt was written all over his face. His hands trembled, his eyes darted to the ground. Park knew the truth then. Woo-sik had been there that night. He had played a part in Choi Min-suk's death. But proving it after all these years was another matter entirely. Park returned to Yosu and brought his findings to the authorities. Some were reluctant to reopen the case, unwilling to dig up the past. But others saw the truth in his words. With enough pressure, a formal investigation was launched. The news sent shockwaves through the city. For years, people had believed Ji-hoon acted alone. Now, it seemed he wasn't the only one responsible. It took months, but eventually, the evidence was enough to bring Woo-sik in for questioning. Under scrutiny, his resolve cracked. He admitted to being in the alley that night, admitted that he and Ji-hoon had confronted Choi together. The truth, however, was darker than anyone had imagined. Ji-hoon had never intended to kill Choi. He had only wanted to scare him, to take what he believed was his due. But Woo-sik had other plans. He was the one who had struck the fatal blows. He was the one who had ensured Choi would never leave that alley alive. Ji-hoon, overwhelmed with guilt, had taken full responsibility, believing it was his punishment for his greed and desperation. With Woo-sik's confession, the case was finally complete. He was arrested, tried, and sentenced, his fate sealed just as Ji-hoon's had been years before. For Ji-hoon, the revelation came too late. By the time he learned that the truth had finally come to light, his spirit was already broken. He had spent too many years locked away, believing himself to be a monster. Even though justice had been served, it didn't undo the years he had lost, the life that had been stripped away. In the end, he was granted a chance at parole. But when the day came for his release, he hesitated. The world outside had moved on, changed beyond recognition. The city he once knew was no longer his home. And so he made a choice. Instead of leaving, he remained within the prison walls, choosing the life he had come to know over the uncertainty of freedom. Yosu, meanwhile, moved on. The city washed away its past like the tide, erasing footprints in the sand. But for those who had lived through it, for those who had known the pain and the loss, the story of that night remained. A cautionary tale of desperation, greed, and the long shadow of justice. Some wounds, after all, never truly heal. Case 10. In the quiet town of Wakefield, nestled in West Yorkshire, life moved at a steady pace. The old streets, lined with historic buildings and local shops, bore the weight of centuries. To outsiders, it seemed like a place untouched by the turbulence of the world, a town where crime was an occasional ripple in an otherwise calm sea. But beneath that veneer of normalcy, there were always shadows lurking, secrets that would one day surface. One such secret belonged to a man named Raymond Ray Holloway. Born in 1972, Ray was the kind of man people barely noticed. He worked as a mechanic in a small garage on the outskirts of town, fixing cars that had seen better days. With a wiry frame, thinning hair, and tired blue eyes, he looked older than his years. He lived alone in a small flat, spent his evenings at the same dimly lit pub, and never caused trouble. But those who knew him well, or at least those who had taken the time to look a little closer, understood that Ray Holloway was not like everyone else. There was something off about him, something lurking beneath the surface. As a child, he had been quiet, almost unnervingly so. Teachers described him as withdrawn, uninterested in making friends. His mother, a single parent struggling to make ends meet, worked long hours and had little time for her son. His father had disappeared before he was born, and Ray grew up without knowing what a family should feel like. By the time he reached his teenage years, he had developed a habit of collecting things. At first, it was small objects, coins, trinkets, discarded watches. But as he grew older, his collection changed. He became obsessed with newspaper clippings about disappearances, unsolved crimes, and dark mysteries that had haunted Yorkshire over the decades. He would cut out articles and store them neatly in binders, reading them over and over as if searching for a connection. To most, he was just another quiet man leading an unremarkable life. But beneath that unremarkable exterior was a mind that had long since crossed a line. The first incident tied to Ray Holloway took place on a cold November night in 2005. A young woman named Allison Carter, 23 years old, disappeared after leaving a local cafe. CCTV footage captured her walking towards her car, but she never made it home. Her vehicle was later found abandoned near a stretch of woodland, its doors unlocked, her belongings untouched inside. There were no signs of a struggle, no indications of a robbery. It was as if she had simply vanished. The case baffled investigators. Allison had no known enemies, no history of trouble. Her family was devastated, the community shaken. Searches were conducted, missing posters were plastered across town, but weeks turned into months, and no trace of her was found. Ray Holloway was never questioned. He had no ties to Allison, no reason to be considered a suspect. Over the next few years, similar cases surfaced. Young women, all with no apparent connection to each other, vanishing without a trace. The pattern was subtle enough that the disappearances were not immediately linked. Some were written off as runaways, others as unfortunate victims of random crimes. But there was one detail investigators failed to notice, one thread that connected them all. Each of the missing women had, at some point, been seen in the same part of town where Ray Holloway's garage was located. Some had come in for repairs, others had passed by on their way to nearby shops. And each case had occurred on nights when Ray was known to be working late. It wasn't until 2011, when a routine maintenance worker at an abandoned warehouse stumbled upon something buried beneath the floorboards, that the truth began to unravel. What he found was a collection of clothing, items that had once belonged to the missing women. Dresses, scarves, even shoes. Some were neatly folded, others packed away as if stored for safekeeping. But the most disturbing discovery was what lay beneath them. Fragments of bone, some wrapped in cloth, some left bare, all carefully hidden away as if they were never meant to be found. The site was immediately sealed off, forensic teams brought in. DNA testing confirmed what many had feared. The remains belonged to Allison Carter and 2 other missing women. The investigation that followed was unlike anything Wakefield had seen before. A pattern emerged, a dark and twisted reality that had been lurking beneath the town's quiet surface for years. And at the center of it all was Ray Holloway. The discovery of the remains sent shockwaves through Wakefield. A town that had once prided itself on its relative quiet now found itself at the center of a macabre investigation. The streets buzzed with fear. The newspapers ran headlines that grew more sensational by the day, and residents who had once walked home at night without a second thought now locked their doors early. Forensic teams worked tirelessly to comb through the abandoned warehouse, uncovering more fragments of evidence. Traces of blood embedded in the wooden beams, strands of hair caught in the cracks of the floor, and most disturbingly, a notebook filled with crude sketches of faceless figures. Some were crossed out, others had dates written beneath them. The police knew they had stumbled upon something far bigger than they had anticipated. What had initially been thought of as isolated disappearances were now inextricably linked to something far darker. A hidden pattern of predation that had spanned years, possibly decades. Investigators began reconstructing a timeline, tracing the movements of the missing women, mapping their last known locations. And with each thread they pulled, the same name surfaced time and time again, Ray Holloway. At first, it was circumstantial. He had worked late on the nights of several disappearances. His garage was located near areas where some of the victims had last been seen. But as investigators dug deeper into his past, they found more unsettling connections. Ray had once lived in a rental flat above the very warehouse where the remains had been found. Though he had moved out years prior, old lease agreements placed him there at the same time Allison Carter had vanished. Further inquiries revealed that the property owner had complained about the strange smells coming from his unit, though at the time, it had been dismissed as poor hygiene. More troubling still was what detectives found inside his garage. Behind the neatly stacked toolboxes and rows of half-repaired vehicles, officers discovered a hidden compartment in the back of his storage room. Within it lay items that sent a chill down even the most hardened investigators' spines. Small personal belongings that had once belonged to the missing women. A necklace that Allison Carter's family had once pleaded for the public to recognize. A keychain with a name etched into it. A diary with pages torn out. There was no longer any doubt. Ray Holloway wasn't just a quiet man with a fascination for crime stories. He had been writing his own. The arrest. The arrest was swift, unfolding in the early hours of the morning, when authorities were certain he would be caught off guard. Officers stormed his flat, breaking down the door as he sat on his couch, watching late-night television with a cup of tea resting in his hand. He didn't resist. In fact, he barely reacted at all. As officers read him his rights, cuffing his hands behind his back, he simply nodded as if he had been expecting this moment all along. There was no outburst, no denial, no attempt to flee. By the time he was taken to the police station, the entire town was already buzzing with news of his arrest. Reporters gathered outside, desperate to catch a glimpse of the man whose quiet existence had masked such horror. Some neighbors expressed shock, unable to believe the man they had exchanged small talk with at the pub could be capable of such crimes. Others, particularly those who had sensed something unsettling about him over the years, felt grim validation. But the most horrifying revelations were yet to come. For hours, investigators questioned Ray Holloway. They laid out the evidence, piece by piece, watching for any flicker of emotion. But for the most part, he remained eerily calm, his responses measured and deliberate. When asked about the warehouse, he admitted he had once lived above it, but claimed he had never gone down into the storage area. When confronted with the recovered belongings, he shrugged and said they could have belonged to anyone. It wasn't until detectives mentioned the notebook, the one found beneath the floorboards, that something shifted. Ray's expression, which had remained impassive for so long, changed ever so slightly. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. "That was mine," he admitted. It was the first real confirmation they had. Investigators pressed further, asking about the sketches, the dates written beneath them. And though he refused to offer a direct explanation, his silence spoke louder than words. Forensic analysis later confirmed that the dates corresponded to the disappearances of at least 5 women. The figures he had drawn, while faceless, were each marked with a detail, a necklace, a scarf, a hairstyle, that eerily matched the descriptions of the victims. Still, Ray refused to confess outright. His lack of emotion frustrated detectives, but it also unnerved them. There were no outbursts, no desperate pleas for innocence. He simply watched them, his tired blue eyes betraying nothing. But then, just when they thought they had reached an impasse, he spoke. They were never supposed to be found. It was a chilling statement, one that sent a shiver down the spines of even the most seasoned officers in the room. The case against Ray Holloway was airtight. The forensic evidence, the personal belongings, the notebook, all of it painted a picture too damning to ignore. As the trial date approached, the media frenzy surrounding the case grew. The quiet town of Wakefield had become the unwilling epicenter of one of the most disturbing crime stories in recent history. Every courtroom session was packed, journalists lining the pews, families of the victims sitting with hands clasped, awaiting justice. Ray, however, remained largely indifferent. He never once pled for mercy, nor did he attempt to shift blame. When asked by his defense attorney if he wanted to make a statement, he simply shook his head. The prosecution laid out the horrors of his crimes in meticulous detail. They painted a picture of a man who had spent years hiding in plain sight, preying on unsuspecting women before carefully erasing their existence. They argued that his methodical approach, his ability to go unnoticed for so long, made him all the more dangerous. When the verdict was read, there was no shock, no surprise. Guilty. A life sentence without the possibility of parole. In the weeks that followed, Wakefield tried to return to some semblance of normalcy. But the scars left behind by Ray Holloway's crimes were not so easily erased. The families of the victims, though relieved by the conviction, struggled to make peace with what had happened. There was no closure, not really. The knowledge of what their loved ones had endured, the years of not knowing, the pain of discovering the truth, was a wound that would never fully heal. The warehouse where the remains had been found was eventually torn down, but the land itself carried a weight that many in the town could feel. Some claimed they avoided walking past it. Others said they could still sense something lingering there, a darkness that could not be so easily buried. As for Ray Holloway, he remained as unremarkable in prison as he had been in life. He never spoke of his crimes again, never sought attention or notoriety. It was as if he had already made peace with his fate long before he had been caught. But one detail continued to haunt investigators long after the case had closed. The notebook, the one filled with sketches and dates, had contained more drawings than there were confirmed victims, which meant there were still names unaccounted for. And somewhere, beneath the quiet surface of Wakefield, there were likely still secrets waiting to be unearthed. In the months following Ray Holloway's conviction, Wakefield remained haunted by the horrors he had left behind. The case was closed in the eyes of the law, but for the families, the detectives, and the townspeople, there were too many unanswered questions. The air of dread that had once hung over the quiet town did not dissipate with the trial's end. Rather, it lingered, settling into the very bones of the city, as though Wakefield itself had absorbed the weight of the evil that had thrived within it for so long. The most unsettling mystery of all remained the notebook. Despite the extensive investigation, there were still sketches in that tattered book that bore no known names, no corresponding missing persons reports, no identified remains. Some of the dates stretched back nearly 2 decades, long before Ray had ever lived in the warehouse, long before any of his confirmed victims had disappeared. Had he started earlier than anyone had realized? Or worse, had he not worked alone? Detective Sergeant Elaine Carter had led the investigative team against Holloway. She had been the one to push for his arrest, the one who had stared into his cold, vacant eyes as he uttered those final chilling words. They were never supposed to be found. But in the aftermath of the trial, she found herself waking in the middle of the night, heart pounding, drenched in sweat, as those words echoed in her mind. The evidence had been overwhelming, too overwhelming. The neatness of it all, the way everything had fallen into place almost too perfectly, gnawed at her instincts. Ray had been meticulous in his crimes, careful to avoid detection for years. And yet, once the bodies had been found, it was as if he had simply given up, allowing himself to be taken without a fight. Something didn't add up. She pored over the case files long after the court proceedings had ended, tracing every step of the investigation, searching for anything they had missed. She re-examined the statements from Holloway's former colleagues, the reports from his neighbors, the CCTV footage that had been used to track his movements in the weeks leading up to his arrest. And then she found it, a single overlooked detail buried in the logs of an old missing persons report, a witness statement from 1999, 15 years before Ray Holloway had even moved to Wakefield. The statement belonged to an elderly woman, Edith Turner, who had lived near the abandoned warehouse long before it had become the center of the investigation. At the time, the case had been dismissed as a routine disappearance. Nothing unusual, nothing to suggest foul play. But Edith's account painted a different picture. She had reported seeing a man standing outside the warehouse late at night, watching the street with an intensity that had unsettled her. He had been tall, broad-shouldered, with dark eyes that had lingered on her just a little too long when she had passed by. When she had asked what he was doing, he had simply smiled and said, "Just waiting for someone." The man she described did not match Ray Holloway. Not even close. And yet, when Elaine cross-referenced the physical description against Wakefield's criminal records, a familiar name surfaced, one that sent a chill through her spine. Arthur Layton, a man who had lived in Wakefield in the late 1990s. A man with a violent past. A man who had vanished without a trace just months after Edith Turner's sighting. And the final, most disturbing connection. Arthur Layton had once owned the very warehouse where the remains had been found. The revelation set off a chain reaction within Elaine's mind, fitting into place like the missing piece of a long-forgotten puzzle. The warehouse had been the key all along, not just a dumping ground for Holloway's victims, but something older, something darker. The pattern of disappearances had begun long before Ray had ever stepped foot in Wakefield. Had he inherited the crimes of another? Or had he learned from someone else, someone who had shown him the way? The idea of an accomplice had been dismissed early in the investigation. There had been no clear evidence to suggest that Ray had worked with anyone. But now Elaine wasn't so sure. What if Ray had simply taken over from someone else? What if Arthur Layton had been the first predator to use that warehouse as his hunting ground? And what if somewhere out there he was still alive? With a renewed sense of urgency, Elaine reopened the case files on Arthur Layton. But she found little to go on. He had been a drifter, a man who had never stayed in one place for too long. He had no known relatives, no employment records beyond a few scattered labor jobs. And after 1999, he had simply disappeared. Officially, he had been presumed dead. Unofficially, Elaine wasn't convinced. She traced his last known movements, looking for any indication that he had resurfaced elsewhere under a different name. But with no DNA on record and no recent sightings, the trail had gone cold. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was close, closer than anyone had ever been before. And then, just as she was about to close the file once more, something unexpected happened. She received a call. The voice on the other end of the line was trembling. An old woman, her words hesitant, her breath shaky. "I don't know if this means anything," she said, "but I think you should see this." Elaine met her the next morning at a quiet cafe on the outskirts of town. The woman, Judith Palmer, was in her 70s, her hands spotted with age, her eyes clouded with years of memories. She had been a postal worker in Wakefield for decades, long enough to remember the name Arthur Layton. And she had something in her possession that she had never shown anyone before. A letter, addressed to an Arthur Layton, postmarked from Wakefield, dated just 3 months before Ray Holloway's arrest. Elaine's pulse quickened as she unfolded the paper, the ink slightly smudged with age. The handwriting was sharp, deliberate. "You were right. They would have never found them if we hadn't made a mistake. The house is gone, but the roots are still there. I'm moving on now. You should too. No signature, no return address. But the implications were clear. Arthur Layton had still been alive in 2013. And worse, he had been in contact with someone else. The meaning of the letter was unmistakable. It wasn't just Ray Holloway who had operated in the shadows of Wakefield. There had been someone else. Someone who had been there before Ray. Someone who had walked away when things got too close. And someone who, for all anyone knew, was still out there. Elaine stared at the letter, feeling the weight of the words press against her chest. The case against Ray Holloway had been solved. But the darkness in Wakefield had not yet been extinguished. And somewhere, in some forgotten corner of the world, Arthur Layton might still be waiting for his next move.